familyfoundation.org.
News happens fast. So for the next 3 hours, we've carved out a space to talk through it all. And yes, you're invited to weigh in. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan are up next with Boston Public Radio, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Brightbound, helping students as young as middle school identify their strengths, explore their passions, and navigate a path to a rewarding career. Learn more at brite.bound.org. Henry Louis Gates Jr. explores the Caribbean roots of actors Liza Colon-Zayas and Delroy Lindo, meeting ancestors who took enormous risks. Watch Finding Your Roots tonight at 8 on GBH2.
It's hard to imagine college without college football, but many schools, even big-name D1 powerhouses, are hemorrhaging cash.
Why is all the money going to the football team?
I'm Kurt Carapezza. In the latest episode of College Uncovered, we ask, is it worth it?
We can have success in athletics that can drive student engagement, student retention.
Those conversations and more on College Uncovered. Listen today, wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News, what matters to you?
I'm Jim Braude, head on the 11 o'clock hour of BPR, live from the library. It feels like a decade, but it's been exactly 1 year of Trump 2.0. We'll take stock of 1 year of the horrors of this administration, and Donald Trump's latest tirade about the Nobel Peace Prize in Greenland have some questioning, is the president all right? Call or text.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and then we'll continue with politics with an update from CNN's chief national correspondent, John King, zooming in to see where the president's party stands ahead of the midterms, how Europe is doing in light of Trump's Greenland threats, and what we can expect out of Davos. It's all ahead, 11 o'clock hour at BPR and GBH and NEPM, live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Today, House Speaker Mike Johnson became the first sitting speaker to address the British Parliament. NPR's Fatima Al-Qassab reports he acknowledged rising transatlantic tensions.
Just hours before Speaker Mike Johnson began his historic address to British lawmakers, President Trump took to Truth Social to accuse the UK of great stupidity over its decision to give up sovereignty of the Chagos Islands. Trump said Britain's decision to hand the islands back to Mauritius is one of the reasons he wants to take over Greenland. Speaker Johnson acknowledged mounting transatlantic tensions, but insisted the UK-US special relationship would endure, and he said he'd spoken to President Trump ahead of his speech.
I told the president that I felt that my mission here today was to encourage our friends and help to calm the waters, so to speak.
He said that the UK and US would continue to work through their differences, calmly and as friends. Fatima Al-Qassab, NPR News, London.
Today marks 1 year since President Trump returned to the White House and his second term in office. The year has seen immense government upheaval, but NPR's Tamara Keith reports there's been less turnover among Trump's cabinet and top-level staff as there was in his first term.
By this point in Trump's first term, 2 cabinet secretaries had left their jobs, and at the White House, a chief of staff, 2 communications directors, and a press secretary were among the many already gone. This time, there's been less personnel drama, says Catherine Dunn-Tempest, a visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution.
What is the core of the stability? It was the emphasis that they put on loyalty in hiring. And that has then subsequently paved the way for less infighting and less drama and a lower rate than in 2017.
Lower and with more promotions than firings, but still sky high compared to other recent administrations. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
A ceasefire between Syria's government and Syrian Kurdish forces has fallen apart in less than 24 hours. NPR's Jane Araf says government forces have retaken Kurdish-held towns in the country's northeast and seized prisons holding suspected members of ISIS.
Kurdish forces said they lost control of the Shadadi prison and its thousands of ISIS suspects after forces loyal to the Syrian government moved in. A video shows what appear to be a dozen former inmates, some carrying gray prison blankets, being walked away. A former military spokesman for the U.S.-led anti-ISIS coalition in Syria says he believes the video is authentic.
NPR's Jana Raff reporting. Stocks are lower on Wall Street. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down about 520 points, or more than 1%. You're listening to NPR News.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Boston is one of 20 cities and towns across Massachusetts where walkouts are scheduled today to protest President Trump. The Free America Walkout is part of a nationwide demonstration to rally against the Trump administration's actions, like threatening to use the Insurrection Act in Minnesota, sending National Guard troops into cities, as well as mass deportation efforts. Local organizer Susanna Walters says Boston's walkout will also serve as a vigil to mourn what's been lost over the last year.
Whether it's reproductive rights, trans rights, immigrant rights, and of course, I'm a professor, so very interested in and concerned about what we have lost in terms of academic freedom, freedom of speech.
The walkout is being organized by the Women's March, the group behind the original Women's March on Washington during Trump's first term. As House leaders on Beacon Hill meet privately over energy affordability legislation for the state, Brian Sweat, Boston City Hall's first chief climate officer, warns that cuts to the Mass Save program will have a negative effect on the city's Energy Saver program. The Commonwealth Beacon has the story. The main focus of the Energy Saver program is to install heat pumps and offer free consultations to lower gas and electric bills for the city's residents. In the forecast, it's a cold one, mostly sunny, low to mid-20s today, clear single digits overnight, cloudy upper 20s tomorrow. It's 22 degrees in Boston, 20 in Springfield. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the estate of Joan B. Kroc, whose bequest serves as an enduring investment in the future of public radio and seeks to help NPR produce programming that meets the highest standards of public service in journalism and cultural expression.
He's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. At noontime today, we're going to be joined by the Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, at the beginning of her second term. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined here at the library by Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son, Joe, on mandatory national service, based off a brilliant piece that Jim Browdy published in the Boston Globe a few days ago. Yeah, the governor will be with us at noontime here at the library, January 30th. And by the way, starting February 2nd, BPR will be 2 hours long instead of 3 hours long, and we'll be going out to lunch.
11 to 1, starting February 2nd, with Edgar's new show, The Curiosity Desk, 1 to 2, and Jared's show, 2 to 3. We start today with a milestone. You made it through exactly 1 year of Trump's second term, though sadly, not everybody has. And as we move into the second, there's already some talk of using the 25th Amendment to remove the Mad King wannabe president as democracy continues to slip away from us all. A text that Trump sent in some small circles for the invocation of the 25th Amendment. I'm sure you've all heard it. We'll read it in its entirety in a few minutes. He starts, considering your country, this was actually, to Norway, decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize. And by the way, I assume everybody knows the country has nothing to do with the awarding of the Peace Prize. For having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace. And then he rambles on about Greenland. So a few questions to start this week's show. The 25th Amendment requires agreement from Vice President Vance and a majority of Trump's cabinet. Is that just pipe dream stuff? Is it something you've been thinking about as Trump uses the presidency to enrich himself? If you haven't read the New York Times, to the tune of $1.4 billion in this year. And as he also shows himself to be even more unstable than ever, and I would say pretty scary as a result of that instability. Our number is 877-301-8970 to call or text. How are you marking the 1-year anniversary of Trump? And is it time to start thinking seriously about shortcutting year 2? Does that even pass the laugh test? The number is 877-301-8970. Yeah, we cited M. Gesson last week based on a conversation she had with, who was the conversation with?
I think it was Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein,
who writes for the New York
Times. She also wrote a piece yesterday in which she made the case, not that you need to read it, but I thought quite comprehensively and persuasively, that democracy is rapidly slipping away from us. And as we often say on the show, we're not doing enough to stop that disappearance.
She talked about, and I think she's absolutely right, and she lived a lot of her life in Russia, so she knows how fast things can turn around. When there was that brief period when the Russians thought they were getting something like democracy, of course, that's all over with now. Anyway, she talks about how we normalize all this, that we were talking about building alligator Alcatraz. That was no big deal. Concentration camps in America. People are being disappeared all over America. People are taken by ICE and no one knows what they are for a day or 2 days or 3 days. She talked about the Renee Good situation. A woman has been publicly executed for protesting, which is supposed to be our First Amendment right in America. And the government says Trump's government is not going to even investigate. And instead, they're investigating the widow of the woman that was murdered.
And the mayor and the governor. Yeah. And now they're investigating Don Lemon, formerly of CNN.
Don Lemon.
Because he was videotaping in the church yesterday where demonstrators using their First Amendment confronted the minister or reverend, whatever he was, because allegedly he leads a regional piece of ICE in that community.
And Gesson goes on to list all these things, how Trump has attacked all these universities, he's attacked museums, he's taking away our history, taking things off the walls at the Smithsonian, like what happened on January 6th, committed murder, as Gesson calls it, on the high seas. I mean, she was on and on.
Yeah, but
they go on, I should say. She's a they, not a she.
Those are the evil doing, that list of the evil doing. The thing that this text with the Prime Minister of Norway showed me is he has, I'll use a technical term, he's totally lost his marbles. I mean, you said during the first term that he was unhinged. This is really scary. I mean, when he is talking about the reason that apparently that he has to have Greenland now is because they didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus in capital letters, as he says. The guy, and by the way, I'm looking at a picture of Vladimir Putin. He has been nominated by Trump to be on the board of peace
board
for Gaza.
Peace board,
this is the guy that has killed, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. He should be on the board of peace.
Well,
the guy is gone.
You have to pay $1 billion in cash to get on the board of peace. And as we know, the Trump family has amassed, what's the number now? $1.4 billion in grifting in just his first year in our office. And as we'll talk to John King later on, all sorts of people in the United States of America seem to be fine. Absolutely fine with this. No problem here whatsoever. I mean, what's incredible about this latest thing with Greenland is it's just so crazy in so many levels. As you say, how do you not get the Nobel Peace Prize? What is that going to do with taking over Greenland? And then the other thing is, he wants the Nobel Peace Prize when he's threatening to invade, which is not very peaceful, Greenland. That doesn't seem to bother him. He keeps mentioning these 8 wars that he's won. Now it's 8 wars plus. That's crazy.
Well, he was also threatening to bomb Iran if there were any deaths. And apparently there were 4,000 to 16,000 deaths. And I think in some ways it's good news, depending on your perspective. He hasn't engaged in a war there. But you're listing these things like they're just the behaviors of some.
I think he's a megalomaniac. Well, I think he's a madman.
I think he's a madman too. I think he is a madman. And if he goes to this meeting in Davos, which I think starts today, with most of these European leaders, and anyone looks at him cross-eyed, why does anybody think he's not going to attack one of our allies? Did you read the story?
No.
There is a guy.
He's probably going to be attacking Boston soon.
The Prime Minister of Canada probably has as much business experience before his ascension to Prime Minister of any leader I'm aware of in the world. Maybe there are others, but he's pretty close. He's now working to strengthen his ties to China because they can no longer depend on the United States. So on one hand, I would argue the worst policy pronouncements and actions of any president I'm aware of in our history. We can ask Doris Kearns Goodwin tomorrow. But secondly, the question is he stable and sane?
He's drunk,
and if people are
drunk with power.
Right, and he doesn't drink, as we know.
By the way, we should put up this picture. This is an AI-generated picture by our president of himself and Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Look at this. This is what he sent out. This is Donald Trump with the flag. Obviously, it's not a real picture, but this is what he put out. I mean, that's a crazy person.
You think so?
I do.
Well, you know what I have to admire? I've asked a lot of politicians who've been on our show, elected leaders, why don't they talk about the potential for him literally being a madman? Did you see Senator Gallego on CNN last night?
Well, he called him insane.
He's called him insane and a madman. And when Anderson Cooper said, use the term insane, do you believe that? And he tersely said, of course I do.
By the way, I should have explained that picture to people who aren't watching on YouTube or here in the library. It's a picture of Donald Trump standing with an American flag in a suit in Greenland. And next
planting the flag.
Planting the flag, like a Hiroshima kind of deal, with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance standing next to him.
Speaking of images, before we get to the calls at 877-301-8970, there's some wonderful, wonderful memes and things of people like Miss America putting her tiara on the head of Trump, Simone Biles putting her gold medals around the neck of Trump, obviously because of what happened with the opposition leader in Venezuela.
And one last thing before we get to the calls at 877-301-8970. So many people in this land at time of AI and being able to create all this fake news on social media talked about how they didn't believe initially the message he put out about how he was going to invade Greenland because he didn't get the Nobel. They thought it was a joke. They
Besson called it, the Secretary yesterday of the Treasury called it a canard. Even though Trump had written it himself, he said it was phony. By the way, Mike in Acton said, Browdy has said Norway, isn't it Denmark that runs Greenland? The answer is yes, but the text was a response to the Prime Minister and President. Well, maybe just the Prime Minister of Norway, because Norway is the country from which the Nobel Prize comes, even though the government of Norway has nothing to do with it. The basic point we're making, which I guess we make every week, but I think it was never stronger than when we read this text yesterday, is are we in the danger zone, not just in terms of policy, but in terms of having a madman as President of the United States?
As I said last week, how crazy is it that our allies since World War II, the people that we formed NATO with, are over there bringing military troops into Greenland to fight against Americans? So what is the plan? If they don't give us Greenland, are we going to send the Marines over to kill French and German troops and have them shooting back at us?
Off the table.
Is that what we're going to do now? I mean, you have to ask, when are the Republicans, is anybody in that Congress a little nervous about this?
I told you a quote that a friend of ours texted me late last night. It was from Ulysses S. Grant right before the start of the Civil War. This is his quote, there are but two parties now, traitors and patriots. And I mean, doesn't that apply to the situation with the Republican Party? Let's go to Max in Shrewsbury. You're first on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi, Tim and Marjorie. I listen to your show every day.
Thank you.
It's an amazing conversation. Thanks for doing this. I'm trying to be on both sides of this conversation, meaning, isn't that what we have historically done? There was really nothing found in Iraq, but George Bush still decided to take Saddam Hussein out, right? But at that time, it was through the proper channels, right? So if we do things that is agreeable to everyone, even though it is wrong, is that right? And if Trump does it in the wrong way, is that wrong? Where are we drawing the line here? That's my question.
Well, Max, but Greenland is agreeable to nobody except to Donald Trump. There's not a coalition of the willing. There's not agreement amongst our allies. In fact, there's uniform opposition from our allies,
well, I
right?
think Max is talking about a lot of other invasions we have done in taking over countries, and that's true. We have done a lot of bad things in Latin America. We've done a lot of bad things in Cuba, and I think a lot of people would say we did something really horrible in Iraq at the expense of all those soldiers who were injured and lost their lives there. So we do have, but this is like on every level, Max. That's what's different. I don't think we've had a madman in the White House before, and I think we do now. Which is really frightening.
Plus the rationale, again, Max, the original rationale was national security. Now the rationale is he wasn't given the Nobel Peace Prize. Max, thank you for your kind words. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. 877-301-8970.
I didn't get the prize. Now I'm going to invade a country.
I'm going to invade Greenland. No, but I'm going to own it.
That's basically.
Did you read the interview when David Sanger from the New York Times, one of the 4 New York Times reporters, asked him why does he need to own it? He said for psychological reasons.
He needs to own it psychologically.
Because he's a real estate guy.
And Sanger asked him, is that meant for the country or for me? He said, no, for me. Because, owning is what you want and winning is what you want. So it's kind of like he's got to win every battle. He's got to own everything he wants to own. And because the military was so brilliant in Maduro, taking Maduro out of Venezuela, I think he now thinks he can do it everywhere.
Let's go to Joe in Fall River. Welcome, Joe. How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, when you elect, an absolute narcissist to the highest office in the world, and then you surround him with sycophants, this is the kind of situation you get. It's like world domination. This guy is aligning himself with what were originally our enemies and now bringing them into the fold. And who knows what he's capable of. Greenland is the tip of the iceberg, no pun intended. But, we're in for quite a ride if this guy continues to operate the way he does.
Joe, you said it better than I did. Who knows what he is capable of? If we had said to you a few months ago, he's going to do this to Greenland.
We thought it was a joke.
Everybody, exactly. Most of us thought it was just one of those offhand comments. So I am with you. I don't think this country can take the chance that it's only Greenland. Who knows who upsets him next, or who looks at him sideways, or who says he didn't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Joe, thank you for the call. We appreciate it. 877-301-8897. The most persuasive stuff, I have to say, to me, that I read lately is the Gessen stuff, who just does make the case. It's happening so fast, so incredibly fast, and our response is so incredibly slow and half-assed. It is incredible. And, do we make it through another year of this? By the way, Gretchen Whitmer today, the governor of Michigan, is talking about her concerns about whether the elections are going to be fair come, 10 months from now? You've been talking about it quite regularly. There's no reason to think, whether it's ICE agents or federal troops or whatever the hell it is, seizing voting machines, is in our future. What, are we going to wait till after Election Day to bemoan the fact that this guy doesn't believe in democracy? I mean, what did he say also in the New York Times reporters, not just that Sanger exchange, what's the only thing that he doesn't, I don't need international law, he said. That's not the point, right. Your need. Yeah. I don't need it. I just, what is my own morality?
My own morality. He assured us he wasn't going to hurt people. That's what he said. And by the way, for people that didn't see it, we've talked a lot about 60 Minutes under Barry Weiss and how they knuckled under and didn't want to do anything that was going to upset the president. If you didn't see it before, it was online and
it was broadcast in Canada.
In Canada, but if you didn't see it, it's worth looking at online. What we did to these Venezuelans, sent them to this hellhole in El Salvador. 250.
I don't remember the precise
How many had committed violent crimes?
Fewer than
8.
And also fewer than a third had committed any crimes at all.
And there were some pending cases against people, but the Homeland Security under Christian no one released what those pending cases were. Well, why do you think she wouldn't release what the pending cases were? Because they were low-level kind of things, or they were the civil offense of coming across the border. It was incredible. We sent these people to be tortured and sexually assaulted. And the two young men that were interviewed, you couldn't believe we had done this. And then they had a great interview at the beginning with the chief of police in Minneapolis talking about what's going on there.
By the way.
And this guy from ICE that came across to me as some kind of jacked up thug.
I would not admit that there was one agent who had done, nor does Noam admit it, one agent who has done anything inappropriate. You saw the story in the New York Times yesterday. Noam originally denied that the ICE people had ever used any chemical kinds of things. And then she's shown video. And of course, she has to admit, yes, they did it, but it was the right thing to do. I mean, in any other presidency. In any case, 877-301-8970. Marjorie and I, and no, we are not psychologists, think Trump is gone. And that we are in great danger, all of us, and we should act that way. Chris,
did you hear what Andy Borowitz did in his column today?
Good.
He said that NATO sprayed antipsychotic medication over the White House in an effort to influence the president's mental state, but apparently that didn't work. Chris in Springfield, thank you for calling.
Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a fairly new listener to your program.
Thank you.
I enjoy it.
Thank you.
I agree with you that Trump is very dangerous, but I think it's due to his narcissism. And it's very difficult to deal with people like that.
Well, that's why you had hoped, and as in the first term, Chris, when he was also a narcissist, that there were people around him who would stop him from his worst instincts. They were military people who wouldn't do what he wanted them to do, or when they did do it, they realized their mistake and apologized. Now he surrounded himself by cowards, I would say, who are willing to do whatever he wants because they're worried about getting reelected. So that's the difference.
Chris,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, he's got all people that believe in him and will support him no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know if they all believe in him. I think they believe in fealty towards him for whatever self-aggrandizing reasons, but they are. Chris, thanks for your call, and thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
Well, and there's a certain mesmerizing charisma that attracts people to Trump in a different way. And I don't think Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance or any of the people that are in the wings have anything close to that.
By the way, we're going to speak to John King in about 15 minutes. I can't read the top of it, but does Trump have the right priorities? A brand new, I guess it's a CNN poll, 64% no, 36% zero. Now, you may yes. You may say, who are the 36%? But for those who follow polling, there's a third who support anything and everything that any politician does. Doesn't matter. So essentially, other than that hardcore for whom he could do nothing ever wrong, he's got virtually no support. What he does have is 3 years of the presidency, whether his moves are anti-majoritarian or not, which is where Congress and then the voters in November have to stand up, and maybe his cabinet has to stand up. The 25th Amendment, by the way, I should just read this in case people don't know. I think we learned about it at the end of his first term. This is Section 4 of the 25th Amendment, never been used, this section. Whenever the Vice President and majority of either the principal officers of the executive departments, this is, secretaries, transmit to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House their written declaration the President is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the Vice President shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office of acting President. And for those who say, well, Vance is going to be worse, I have no idea if Vance is going to be worse. I don't think Vance has nearly the power over the Republicans in Congress that Trump does. And by the way, did you see that guy, Bill Cassidy, who was we got to take a break. I'll talk about Bill Cassidy.
No, he was the guy that almost could have kept us from getting RFK Jr.
He was the key
running
vote.
Health
He's
and
a
Human
doctor.
Services, a physician who knew all about the value of vaccinations because he'd been a physician, and he caved, like most of them caved.
And he caved to Trump. Now, what is Trump doing? Supporting a challenger, a Republican challenger in the primary.
Okay, we're going to keep talking about this for a while longer. Listening to 89.7 GBH on BPR and NEPM from the Boston Public Library. Our number is 877-301-8970 if you'd like to call or text. Are you concerned that the nation, the United States of America, the country we all love, is run by a nut? 877-301-8970.
The Iranian government is using violence and a communication blackout to clamp down on protests. So many Iranians are fleeing the country into neighboring Turkey. I'm Carolyn Beeler. We hear from a reporter near the Iran-Turkey border with the stories of those Iranians passing through. Hear that story plus the day's top global news next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds from utility bills, uncashed paychecks, savings accounts, and more. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov. And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and any PM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. In about 35 minutes, the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, will join us for an hour of Ask the Mayor. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about 1 year anniversary of Trump's second term as of today. And I guess wistfully thinking of the 25th Amendment being used to remove a man that Marjorie and I think is a madman running this country. The number is 877-301-8970.
One of our texters thinks that Trump deserves the Peace Prize because he's showing great restraint by not pressing the big red button.
Yeah, it's not even funny. Richard in Northampton, hi.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I'll shut off the speaker. I agree with what you're saying about the 25th Amendment, but unless he actually does try to seize Greenland, it's probably not going to happen. I think it's important to note that both Greenland and Venezuela have displaced the non-compliance with the laws on Epstein files.
That's
that
correct.
Disappeared from the news.
That is correct.
Lastly, I wanted to say that at the end of the month, funding for ICE runs out, and I'd encourage everyone listening to call their Senate and congressional reps to ask them, even if they think those reps agree, to basically place restraints on ICE and cut a lot of the funding. I think you have to avoid the word defund because of the linkage to defund the police. So personally, I'd like to see ICE defunded.
Well, by the way, there are
phrasing. And lastly, I just want to say, JFK wrote Profiles in Courage, and it would only take 2 or 3 courageous senators and Republican congressmen to put a stop to a lot of the madness.
Thank you. That is absolutely correct.
Funding? I did not know
well,
that.
no, remember government funding runs out at the end of the month. And there are a number of Democrats are saying, I don't think a significant number yet, we'll ask John King in a few minutes, that continued funding should be conditioned upon either a reduction in funding for ICE, limitations on what ICE can do, or a combination of both. We'll ask him if he thinks that is feasible and if it's going to be pushed. Mary in Newport, Rhode Island. Hi, Mary.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm a internal medicine physician. I was in the Navy for 30 years. And the thing is, Donald Trump right now acts like many of my senile patients that I've taken care of through the years. He's lost his social filters, where he flips off somebody in public. He gets up in the middle of a cabinet meeting and looks out the window to say, oh, look at the ballroom and such. Everything he says reminds me of the crazy Aunt Mildred who at the middle of a Thanksgiving dinner says crazy things and such. This is the reason why the 25th Amendment was put in, because people remembered Woodrow Wilson was a crazy man, and his wife basically took over his presidency. And same thing with Franklin Roosevelt, very ill at the end of his presidency. So, Trump has lost his social filters.
Maury, some people think that he's had some kind of stroke type thing, although I don't know whether that affects your mind. I think that affects your heart and your mobility, but not your mind. But what do you think of that theory?
I'm glad you brought that up. I've been telling all of my colleagues, I think that when Trump disappeared for a couple of days this summer, I think he had a stroke. And I think that right now he's on Eliquis or Coumadin. He's on some blood thinner, and that's why he's bruising so easily.
Well, again, you're a doctor, so you have some ability to diagnose even though you haven't seen the patient. What's really troubling to me, Murray, is that there are not more doctors who are psychiatrists, psychologists, who are willing to speak to the press to give their 2 cents on the mental stability and capacity of a president like this. Murray, call us again. That was great. Appreciate it.
Things are bad when the Catholic clergy, the top members of the Catholic clergy, weigh in because
three of them, right?
Yeah, 3 of them that are kind of a big deal. One from Chicago, one from Washington, one from Newark. All were chastising the immorality of our foreign policy and that we were supposed to be kind of the leader in fighting back evil in the world, and we're not doing that anymore. So that was pretty surprising. But I want to mention one thing. We should all be very grateful. People talk about ICE. They shouldn't be wearing masks and they're hiding their names and stuff like that. We have appellate and federal judges in the United States who are not wearing masks, whose names are readily available, who are standing up against the president when they do get these cases. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has pretty much been in the tank for Trump, but it takes a lot of courage for those people to do it because it'd be very easy to find out where they live and who they are, and they don't get that protection that the Supreme Court gets or that these ICE agents get.
One of as everybody I assume knows, the Supreme Court still hasn't rendered its decision on the tariffs in general. Not all tariffs, but a lot of them come under his ability to impose them if it's a national emergency. We've said a million times, the national emergency he set up front was the trade deficit, which we've had for 49 straight years. But when Secretary Bessent was asked, what's the national emergency that would cause us to add tariffs to these European nations?
Because they don't agree on Greenland.
He said the national emergency is to attempt to avoid a national emergency. I mean, they can't even... It's all about, the national emergency is they haven't allowed him to buy or possess Greenland.
But we didn't mention the stock market doing very poorly. At least it was before we started the show.
It's down 500 or 600 points
that usually upsets Trump. So maybe that would be the thing that convinces him that maybe invading Greenland isn't such a great idea.
The issue, that caller a minute ago, I think, made a very good point. No, before the physician was great too, is it only takes an insanely small number of Republicans to act like they care about this country and its future. As we learned in the Epstein thing, while ultimately it was 427-1, it was because 3 or 4 Republicans in the House had the courage to break ranks with Trump and honor the survivors who demanded accountability.
But so many of them are such chickens. Josh Hawley, the guy that raised his fist on January 6th
before he
and then was
scooted away.
scampering away from the...
Scampering, that's right.
Well, that's what he was doing.
That was, yeah.
So he was going on and on about how they needed Medicaid in his state, right? They needed it because there's a lot of poor people.
What did he do next?
He voted to
cut
slash
Medicaid,
it.
right.
I mean, who's been brave in the Republican Party really so far? Lisa Murkowski, woman. Susan Collins, not much, but sometimes. Yeah. So there's 2.
Well,
women.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Thomas
that's right.
Massey.
She quit.
Occasionally Bacon. You can count them on one hand.
Yeah. He just got married. He's still on his honeymoon in his congressional life and his other life. Anyway, we're going to talk with John King in just a second. We're going to ask him if he thinks that President Trump is a nut as well. You're listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, more than a decade ago, journalist Paul Salopek went out on foot to retrace the ancient migration routes of early humans across continents, borders, and cultures. That journey, the Out of Eden Walk, is still a walk in progress. Salopek joins us to reflect on what the world looks like when you literally take it one step at a time. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Fixed Dental, offering permanent teeth-on implants, customized in their laboratory, enabling their doctors and technicians to oversee every aspect of the smile design. Learn more about all the treatments offered at Fixed at fixeddental.com. And Riverstone International U.S. LLC, located in Beverly, Massachusetts. A Riverstone International company acquiring legacy insurance globally since 2010. Learn more at rsml.co.uk.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy. Mayor Wu is going to join us in exactly 30 minutes here at the library for an hour of Ask the Mayor. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son Joe, who's an Army veteran, are going to come talk to us about mandatory national service, civilian or military, on the part of 18 to 22-year-olds in this country. And the governor joins us for an hour on January 30th. We're joined now on Zoom by CNN's chief national correspondent, John King, the man behind the great reporting project all over the map, even though what he got out of Iowa last night was really concerning. We'll talk about that too. Hello, John.
Happy Tuesday. Happy 1 year. So we have a happy 1 year. Marjorie, I could tell Marjorie wasn't happy. You're not.
Not celebrating, John, if you were curious.
I'm not going to ask you if you think the president is a nut, John, because I know you're a straight down the middle guy, and you're not going to go there. But you could talk about, as you just mentioned, it's been year one. Where is America in their view of the president after 1 year in office?
Yeah. Well, I will say he's different, and he's erratic, and he's unpredictable, including what we saw last night. Where are we 1 year in office? Nearly 6 in 10 Americans view his first year as a failure. That's in our new CNN poll. If 6 in 10 Americans view his first year as a failure, that means a whole lot of independents and a sliver of Republicans think he's a failure too. That's not just Democrats. He is underwater, meaning his disapproval is higher than his approval on his overall job performance, on the economy, on healthcare, on immigration, on foreign policy. So right now, he has set his party up for a midterm debacle. It's January. There's time to turn that around before November, but his numbers now are similar or worse. I would argue a little bit worse, because if you go back to January 18, remember that Nancy Pelosi became speaker because of the 2018 midterm. That put the brake on the Trump presidency. His approval rating was about the same, but his economic numbers were much, much stronger going into the 2018 cycle. The economy was performing in a much stronger way. The tariff whiplash, high prices, especially high energy prices right now. Again, now going back into tariff whiplash over this threats about Greenland. You have the through lines in the first year have been a power play by him in every single way at home and around the globe. And now the chaos is back. And the chaos is what cost him the House in 2018. And any honest Republican will tell you right now, they think the House is already gone. The question is by how much?
John, there's reporting right now that after Trump got off the phone, I guess not too long ago, with the Secretary General of NATO, he said there was no going back on Greenland. He said the call was a very good call. You've been doing this roughly 40 years. Have you ever seen anything like the text that Trump sent to the Prime Minister of Norway about not getting the Nobel Peace Prize and that being among the rationales for going after Greenland? Ever seen anything like this?
Well, I have 3 children. I've seen toddlers throw their plates off the child's, the
Other
baby
than that.
and things like that. No. Look, for a guy who projects an image of strength and macho and bravado, it's kind of weak and whiny, right? I didn't get this prize, you idiots. Therefore, I don't feel like I have to worry about peace anymore from a president of the United States. That's, again, that's different. And it's your voters have to make these choices. But I would give it to another example of him just being his own worst enemy. You mentioned my Iowa trip. The most firm Trump supporters are staying with him. But Donald Trump is back in the White House because of reluctant Trump voters. The people who couldn't vote for him again in 2020 and voted for Joe Biden or stayed home, who decided to vote him back in because they were worried about the economy. And they wanted a president who showed up for work every day, and Joe Biden didn't for much of his term. And they didn't trust the vice president, or they didn't know Vice President Harris. Those voters there's way enough of those voters to swing 2026 back the other way. I know a lot of Democrats are saying, well, that's still 10 months away. What happens between now and then? But Trump voters rally around him because he keeps you in the ring. He keeps picking fights. He keeps saying they're out to get me. But reluctant Trump voters are starting to say, I've tried to tune it out, but this Greenland thing, the chaos, they support tougher immigration enforcement. They don't like seeing what they're seeing on the streets of America. And they don't like hearing, frankly, what they're hearing from these ICE agents on these videos, the language they're using. about people as they conduct this out. So I'm rambling a bit here today, but things are changing. And this is a bad climate for the President of the United States and his party. And most Republicans think right now the problem is the President doesn't care about his party. He's just doing his thing.
John, we're going to go to Iowa in about 30 seconds because Margie and I both saw your terrific piece last night. Before we do, though, I also saw, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, I can't remember, Anderson Cooper had Senator Gallego from Arizona on, and he used the term, so we won't ask you, but we'll ask you about some Democrats and maybe Republicans. He used the term madman and insane to describe Trump, matter-of-factly, and when Anderson Cooper said, use the word insane, and he said something, do you really believe that? And his answer was clipped, and he said yes. Is there a conversation amongst elected officials in Washington with whom you speak about whether or not this is a guy who is stable enough to be the most powerful person on the planet?
Yes, there are such conversations. Now, how many of them are public and how many are private? Hugely much more private than it is public. But the president, you have to scratch your head sometimes. He just recently in the Oval Office said he couldn't understand how Jerome Powell became chairman of the Fed. Donald Trump appointed Jerome Powell to be chairman of the Fed. Now, is he trolling us? It is. I cannot. I don't read minds, and as Marjorie said, I try to stay. I try to study this. But he says a lot of things, and if you listen to his speeches in full, one of the fascinating things for me as I go through this election year, and you go out and you talk to Trump voters, is if they stay in the mega media silo, they don't see this.
Yeah.
If you watch a Trump speech when he talks for 90 minutes, parts of it, he's a very effective communicator in some ways. You may not like his policies, but he's very good at branding, very good at picking fights, very good at things. But then he goes wandering off on these things that if Joe Biden did them, Fox News would explode, right? It would explode on the air. And so it's certainly, I'm not a clinical person. I don't have the science background to do it. But yes, it is a conversation about, what's going on at the White House.
Well, you know what I do wonder, and I can't take Fox News for long enough to find out for myself, but how, if they're showing the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis with people getting dragged out of cars and stuff, and that's a prelude to playing a clip from your interview with a woman named Betsy Sarcone from your All Around the Map reporting, who said she would have voted for Biden. She said once she would have voted for Biden if Trump won the Republican nomination, but then changed her mind. Here she is.
There's that saying, Trump was right about everything, and that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. I think Biden probably changed me more than Trump. I think watching nothing be done, for 4 years about an open border.
And I think everybody gets that. Nothing done for 4 years about an open border. That was very upsetting. Biden and the Democrats made a big mistake about that. But I can't. She's a mother. She's got her children.
Well, there was a proposal at the end that was sunk
yes,
by Donald Trump.
Yes, there was, but it took too long, I think many would argue. Anyway, she's there in the kitchen with her mother, and she seems like a lovely person. And I think, how can she, maybe she doesn't know, but how could she see what's going on, the disappearing of people, many of whom are American citizens, or people whose big crime was the civil offense across the border? How can people see that, and think he's done everything right? I mean, what kind of person thinks that's okay?
But, she does say elsewhere in the interview that there are times he says things or the way he says things that she doesn't agree with. However, you mentioned, she said she was a Ron DeSantis voter, then a Nikki Haley voter, who said she would vote for Joe Biden if Trump won the nomination because she did not want him in charge of the country because she said he had no personal responsibility or personal accountability. Now she's all in on MAGA, even raising doubts about the 20 laughed about when I asked her way back when we first met in 2023. Trump says it was rigged. She just laughed and essentially said he needed to grow up. So she has moved toward MAGA, but she also lives in the Des Moines suburbs, and the suburbs are what revolted against Donald Trump and swung the 2018 midterms, and that's the place you want to watch again in this election year. Where she lives is one of two congressional districts in Iowa, state Donald Trump won 3 times. There are 2 congressional districts where Democrats think they have decent odds. One is in eastern Iowa, where the Republican incumbent won only by 799 votes in a presidential year. So that's a clear Democratic target. Where she is in Des Moines suburbs and then south into south central and southwestern Iowa, the Republican won by just shy of 16,000 votes. So
Wow.
Iowa, I went there because Democrats will take the House if nothing changes. The question is by how much? To get a significant gain for the Democrats, they need to win in some of these states that have voted red in presidential elections, like Iowa, which is why I went out there, just to sort of get an early test of the move.
You know, John, there was a caller several minutes before you came on who, among the other things he was saying, was just if a few Republicans are willing to do the right thing, all this can be countered, or much of this can be countered. And we obviously learned that in the Epstein situation, where a handful of House Republicans did the right thing, and ultimately every single member of Congress who voted, except one, voted in favor of accountability, even though it's obviously not happening. Senator Cassidy from Louisiana, who's a doctor, who is concerned about vaccines, allowed himself to be convinced that Robert Kennedy was not lying when he said he was not anti-vax. He obviously was lying. He cast the deciding vote to get Kennedy in place. That despite that position, because he's now questioning some vaccine and I think medical decisions of Secretary Kennedy rather than candidate Kennedy, Trump has endorsed a primary opponent, Louisiana. Does that scare other Republicans into more blind loyalty, or is it going to cause, in your estimation, some of them to say, doesn't matter what you do for this guy, he's going to come after me, I'm going to actually do the right thing for a change? Where do you think that leads people?
I think in most cases, it sadly leads to the former, which is Donald Trump is losing his grip on his coalition. His coalition is fracturing. However, he still has enormous power in primaries. And so now Senator Cassidy's going to have to go through a primary, mega primary opponent, member of the House of Representatives. In a state like Louisiana, who knows what's going to happen. His case, he has been, you're right, in the end he voted for Kennedy. He has been more outspoken in the past. Let's see what happens there. I think more importantly, watch the Republicans who are not running for re-election, like Tom Tillis in North Carolina, who see one of their friends, somebody they trust and respect and admire, being attacked by the president. But I think this will get louder in June and July of the year, not until then, and in some cases maybe even a little bit later because of the primary calendar. That if you speak out against this president, he will primary you. And sadly, a lot of Republicans put survival over their principles. They'll tell you things in private that they simply won't say in public. I say that with this caveat. The president's numbers are miserable. And even this morning on CNN Air, Nicole Maliotakis, who's a Republican congresswoman from Staten Island is the reddest part of New York. She was talking about the ICE tactics, and she said the administration needs to be careful and think about moderating its tactics a little bit in the street. So you're beginning to see from Republicans who come from places where their elections are not guaranteed a little bit of pause. And how many get more bold, if you will? How many get more critical? I heard you talking to some of your callers about this debate about funding ICE. And will Democrats try to defund ICE or put severe restrictions on ICE? That's a fascinating question going forward, because whatever any Democratic member of the House or the few in the Senate that have primaries, that's just going to be a big issue for the Democrats. Could you have a more middle ground where maybe Republicans say at least you have to have body cameras or put some restrictions there? This is going to become a fascinating debate, and it's going to be upon us in just days.
So where does the healthcare, the Obamacare, fit into that debate?
I'll believe it when I see it, but they say they're trying to come up with some more modest plan than Democrats would like, but something that has some extension of the ACA subsidies. There are some Republicans pushing for that, and there are a group of Republicans and Democrats who believe they're getting there in the language. I would just say, Marjorie, like any of these things, they have to bring them to the floor. Every second I'm talking to you, we're getting closer to the midterm election. And so the question here, when you have the speaker has 2 votes to spare or 1 vote to spare among Republicans, you get enough Democrats on board. And if you get enough Democrats on board, does that somehow drive away other Republicans? So that, I'll call it chemistry here, pouring all this stuff into the vial and seeing if it can stick. Until they vote, I'm going to have questions they can get it through.
But I mean, the 3-year extensions seem kind of, that's probably not going to happen. So people are going to be stuck with these enormous health care bills every year going forward?
I've seen attempts at a 2-year extension. I've seen other language. And I think until they bring it to the floor,
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything that raises hopes for somebody out there whose healthcare premiums have doubled or tripled, who thinks they're going to get some reprieve. There are people trying to get that in there to extend it, but I won't believe it till I see it.
By the way, can I just say, breaking news on CNN, the Department of Justice now plans to subpoena and investigate Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. So that makes the Attorney General, the governor, the mayor of Minneapolis, and now your former colleague Don Lemon, because he actually went into a church where there was a protest and was videoing the thing. They're all under investigation.
And they're talking about investigating the protesters. I don't know. Are they still investigating the widow? Is that still happening? The widow of Renee Good that they were talking about? Anyway, I wanted to ask you something different. I heard a podcast from the Times, the Daily. I love that podcast. One of the reporters who was on there was Jonathan Swan, who's been around for a while. Interviewed President Trump years ago in the first term. He was talking about how the question was about our ability to bounce back from this if there's a Democrat elected and we go back to kind of a normal way of life. And he was saying he didn't think it could happen because the American people now have an expectation of things happening really fast. You know, Trump had his executive orders and he had Project 25, the whole project laid out. And then if we go back to like a normal president who does things and waits for Congress to okay things, that they'll just be discussed because why can't he get anything accomplished from the other side, from the Democratic side? I thought that was a really fascinating, but they get disgusted in the way people got disgusted with Biden.
It is hard to change things once they lock in. And so I don't know that, I think there's a broad swath of people out there. There actually is a middle in America, people who are just center left or people who are just center right, who would like to have a more methodical, more incremental, a more thoughtful, open debate about some things, and on the toughest things, you know, do the little things we can agree on and come back to some of the other stuff. I think part of Jonathan's point is if you're a Democratic president, and let's say the courts stick with Trump on even half of the stuff he's doing to expand presidential power. Maybe it'll be more than that, maybe it'll be a little less. Are you going to give that up if you're the next president?
Yeah.
Are you going to give up power that you now have? So I do think when Trump changes things, someone's going to come in after him. Just think about post 9/11. We went into this new security paradigm. Right, here we are, 25 years later, and a lot of that is still with us. Is it all necessary? People would argue different ways. Could all of it, because of technological gains, geopolitical changes in the world, be reconsidered? Yes. Is it? Not as often. When the cement forms in D.C., it gets hard to crack and change things. So I think there's a big debate about that. But in terms of if you are a president who has watched Trump, sometimes to his political gain, I would argue in recent days and weeks, to his political detriment, use his power. You learn the lessons from that. But if you have more power than the last guy or the last Democratic president, say the Democrats win next time, it's going to be a big person who says, "Oh, I don't need this. I'm going to give it up."
Yeah.
Hey, John, is anybody in Washington talking about the non-release of the vast majority of the Epstein documents, which the law signed by Trump required, or is this just totally backburnered because of all this international insanity?
It's not getting such attention right now, but again, in a midterm election year, number one, on the policy of it, they are way behind. They missed the deadline. Number two, they say there are millions of documents and they need more time. Okay, as I say all the time, I'm trying to give them grace. I understand that. They have retasked a whole bunch of people to try to go through it all. And so presumably we get it. There are people in the president's party. You mentioned Congressman Massey. I think there's a small percentage of his voters who are mad about this. It only takes a tiny percentage of people. I'm not saying those people are going to vote, those Trump voters are going to vote Democrat, but if they stay home, that affects. So this is, to me, a big TBD. It's a lesser issue. It's not as important as your cost of living, but to some voters, it is important. Trump promised it, Vance promised it, Bongino promised it, Bondi promised it, and they have failed to deliver. And I think one of the reasons you say, why is the Department of Justice investigating the Minnesota governor and the attorney general and the mayor? Well, Pam Bondi's on the hot seat at the White House, and so she's trying to do things to maybe cool the seat.
So, John, the bad news
Patriots,
is
we have to
exactly.
ask him.
You only have 45 seconds to wax poetic about the Patriots. Take it away, John.
I was talking to my 14-year-old the other day. At the beginning of the season, I said they would win 6 or 7 games, and he said I was nuts. They would win 5. We have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Let's enjoy and celebrate that. But we got to win in Denver first, and I get afraid of backup quarterbacks. I know Jarrett Stidham hasn't played in a long time, but there's a lot less tape and film of him playing in the real time. But let's go. We never thought we'd be here. Let's enjoy it.
Hey, there was a backup quarterback for my hometown team that beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, if people remember that far back.
Very funny tweet about that the other day.
What was that guy's name again? Oh, he tweeted himself, didn't he? Nick Foles.
Yeah, that was Nick Foles, and he had a great game.
Yeah.
He did.
He kind of disappeared, though, didn't he?
Well, he has a Super Bowl win, doesn't he?
Oh, he has a Super Bowl win.
Hey,
Well, that's
John,
true.
thanks for your time. Talk to you next week.
Okay, thank you very
Be well.
much, John. We have been speaking with CNN's chief national correspondent, John King, the man behind the great reporting project All Over the Map, which was so great to watch because you get a sense of how regular, real people feel about these issues, and you're often very surprised, as I was, about that mom in Iowa. Anyway, we say goodbye to you listening on NEPM. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Fabulous 413 is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Meanwhile, the show continues here in Boston. We're going to be joined by the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, taking our questions and yours from noon to 1 on 89.7 GBH. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. You are listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
It's not over yet. More smart conversation about community issues up ahead with Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan on Boston Public Radio, right after a news update from NPR. Stay with us here on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Babson College, where you can advance your career with an MBA or specialized master's at the school ranked #2 best college in the United States by the Wall Street Journal 2025. Babson.edu/grad programs. From the Oscar-winning team behind 20 Days in Mariupol, Frontline follows a Ukrainian platoon trying to liberate a village and investigates the war from a devastating vantage point. Watch 2,000 Meters to Andriivka tonight at 10 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 2 of BPR live from the Boston Public Library. It's an hour of Boston Mayor Michelle Wu joining us for the January edition of Ask the Mayor. We'll talk about Beacon Hill's latest snub of her property tax plan, her plans for her second term, and for Trump's second year.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and as always, you can ask questions of the mayor yourself. Give us a call at 877-301-8970, or if you're here at the library, you can ask a question in person. Ask the mayor with Boston Mayor Michelle Wu from noon till 1, next on BPR 89.7 GBH, live at the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. President Trump's insistence the United States acquire Greenland is overshadowing the annual World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, Switzerland this week. NPR's Danielle Kurtzleben reports Trump is threatening new tariffs on any nation that stands opposed.
Trump recently threatened to tariff 8 European nations, all of them NATO members, if a deal is not reached for the U.S. to purchase Greenland, part of. Trump also texted the Prime Minister of Norway that the fact he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize is weighing on his decision-making. Overnight, Trump posted that French President Emmanuel Macron texted him, quote, "I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland." Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent spoke already at Davos today, defending Trump's tariffs. Tomorrow, Trump will speak, and Thursday will be an event for the Board of Peace that the president created to oversee the reconstruction of Gaza, where Trump has attempted to end the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Danielle Kurtzleben, NPR News.
President Trump is expected to have more to say this week about his plan to reduce home prices in the U.S. It may include a ban on corporate landlords owning single-family homes. NPR's Jennifer Ludden tells us such a ban is popular with many, but it can be difficult to enact.
One cap on investor landlords did just take effect in Fishers, Indiana. Mayor Scott Fadness says the idea is to protect local home ownership.
It's been a source of generational wealth in our country, particularly in the middle class, and I hate to see that go away.
But in state after state, such proposals have failed. Economist Lori Goodman at the Urban Institute says the main driver of high prices is a housing shortage, and some investors are actually helping that by building homes to rent out.
The best way to make housing affordable is to increase supply.
Trump has said Congress would need to ban corporate home buying, and it's not clear that would pass either. Jennifer Ludden, NPR News, Washington.
More than 100 vehicles are involved in a string of highway collisions during a snowstorm in Michigan this week. Grand Valley towing manager Jeff Westfeld says yesterday's pileup on Interstate 196 just southwest of Grand Rapids is one of the worst that his company's worked.
Full-blown accidents to winch outs, jackknife semis.
State police report a lot of injuries, but no lives lost. Netflix says it is revising its $82.7 billion offer to acquire key parts of Warner Brothers Discovery. It says it's making it an all-cash transaction instead of cash and stock. At last check on Wall Street, the Dow is down more than 500 points. S&P's off 78. Nasdaq's lost 313 points. It's NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey is out with a campaign video this morning to launch her 2026 re-election bid for the November gubernatorial race. Healey says her administration is focused on helping Massachusetts residents as the state faces attacks by the Trump administration.
We're protecting our people and communities, defending health care and abortion rights, providing access to life-saving vaccines, making sure our children and seniors don't go hungry, investing in research, creating jobs, lowering costs for all.
Healey touting some of her wins from her first term, including free school lunches, eliminating brokers' fees, and capping healthcare deductibles and copays. The launch video comes ahead of her 2026 State of the Commonwealth address, which takes place 2 days from today, Thursday night. Under a new proposal submitted by two Democratic lawmakers from Salem, cities and towns in Massachusetts would be allowed to set a local sales tax help drum them up more money for municipal services. The Eagle Tribune reports legislation filed by Senator Joan Lovely and Representative Manny Cruz would authorize local governments to approve a local option sales tax up to 5% on top of the state's current 6.25% tax. If approved, local governing boards would have to vote on adopting any new tax. However, fiscal watchdogs say the move would hurt the state's competitiveness. 22 degrees in Boston. It feels like 5. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance, where drivers can compare direct rates using Progressive's rate comparison tool. Customers can see options and rates side by side. More at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's Jim Browdy. I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Hello again. Oh, I should mention before we get to the mayor of Boston, who's here right now, tomorrow is going to be joined at the library here by Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son, Joe, who joined up to the, I think went to the Army right after 9/11. Yep. We're going to talk about mandatory national service. This is based, of course, because Jim wants to get continued publicity about the piece he wrote.
That is not why
in the Boston Globe advocating mandatory service. It's taken the
world
city by storm.
It should, actually,
and we're going to
Marjorie.
detail it tomorrow.
Thank
and the
you.
governor's going to be with us from 12 o'clock on January 30th, also here at the Boston Public Library. And starting February 2nd, Jim and I are very grateful. We're going to be, I know some people are upset, but we're going to be 2 hours instead of 3, and we're very grateful that GBH is allowing us to do that.
11 to 1 starting February 2nd. We're joined now for the whole 12 o'clock hour by the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. She's here for the January edition, obviously, of Ask the Mayor, immediately upon the beginning of her second term. She'll take our questions and yours by phone or text, 877-301-8970. And if you're at the library and you have a question, our colleague Zoe would be right there. She just raised her hand. We'll talk to you and try to facilitate that happening. welcome and congratulations on your inauguration. Good to see you.
Happy New Year. It's great to see you
Happy New
both.
Year, you too.
You know, before, I was going to start by asking you about your priorities for the second term. But since we just spent almost an hour talking with our listeners about people's concerns about the about Donald Trump, frankly, how worried are you? How worried should we be in Boston? What do you think?
We've been worrying for a year now, and it's unfortunately not going to let up. I think there are many ways in which it's still going to get a lot worse before it gets better over the next 3 years. And so we're preparing for every unthinkable circumstance. We are getting together with other cities, trading notes, preparing our legal plans together. We're engaging with sectors across the city. And my hope is that in all of this, right, I worry, I stay up at night. Sometimes I wake up worrying about the basic life safety of our residents, the sense that our city is going to have a future with all of our key industries under attack. And then I'm worrying about those things instead of the other things that we should be focused on at the city level and that we can make a real difference on if we're not getting pulled into using all of our energy just fighting to stay where we are and batting back every new funding threat or physical threat. So there's just a lot happening. If anything else, I am trying to get us to use the moment, the need to all band together to actually create space to additionally solve the challenges that we've needed to solve for a long time. Many of these issues are decades in the making. They might be brought to the forefront by some horrific act by the federal government, whether it's on food security or public safety or education. But underneath it, there are things that we've been needing to address, hard questions, resource-challenged situations that we have to build momentum to get done anyway.
Have you spoken to Mayor Fry of Minneapolis since Renee Good was killed?
I have. We've exchanged some messages, yes.
And what kind of conversation have you had?
Just very quick. Making sure that they know that in Boston, we stand with Minneapolis and we're here to try to support however we can. But in fact, next week, there's the annual winter meeting of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So I'll be going down to D.C. then. I'm in some conversations and going to be talking about Boston's experience and our approach on public safety, on housing, on some technology-related issues. And then we are specifically hosting a session along with the Public Rights Project for large cities and other partners to band together around a real strategy on how to manage this moment.
When you say band together around, by the way, the number is 877-301-8970 to call or text, or see Zoe if you're at the library. Band together for a real strategy. I don't, as you know much better than we do, there are 6 times as many federal agents in Minneapolis as there are police officers. I assume they wouldn't send 12,000 here, but that's a comparable number. How do you prepare for this kind of lawlessness and violence? And what does preparation even mean, Mayor?
There are notes being taken and shared from the official government entities, whether that's how the police department has had to adapt and find new ways to support their residents. There are notes from activist groups and community members who are now facing unspeakable risks to their safety alongside everyone who is being targeted. And then there's the push to try to work together on a strategy in the courts to head off as much as possible. Right? So there's always a lag when you go through the court system, but so far, in many cases, whether it's victories that have been won, saying that withdrawal or cancellation of funding has been against federal policy and federal law, or even the Constitution, or the deployments in Los Angeles, in Chicago of National Guard or Border Control or border agents have violated the law in other ways. When these communities are acting together and when we can join in their cases ahead of time, that helps extend the protection across the country as well when the decisions do start to come down.
We're talking to Mayor Wu, 877-301-8970.
So, do you want to, before we get to the calls, besides this concerned about what the federal government is doing. What are you looking for in term 2 in Boston?
We are we're well in the 250th year of our American democracy, and so we'll be, the eyes of the world will be on Boston in a lot of different instances, and we have an important story to tell as the keeper of American values from our very founding, as the place that has helped define the public good and what it means to stand up for public amenities like schools and parks and transit and education writ large. And so we have to be a city that is the leading example of delivering the highest quality of life for our residents, and that means focusing on city services, getting our repaving and crosswalk painting and streetlights and trash pickup and schools, safety better than ever, fine-tuning all of our processes, improving and streamlining permitting so that anything that our residents want to do is not going to be hindered by city government, whether that's throwing a block party or a special event, whether that is building a new home or adding a deck on to enjoy your home more, or whether that's opening a new business and contributing to our economy here. And then we are focused on the future, investing in our schools and making sure that our innovation ecosystem here that is under severe attack from every angle, in fact, is strengthened and finds new wind in the next era.
Just one thing about the schools. The Globe did a piece talking about how the population of children drops by 1/2 in Boston when the kids turn 5, which means that people are leaving, at least some of them, because of the schools. I mean, so many, and I've heard this, I've been around here forever, and the biggest problem for a lot of middle-class families, and the Boston schools are predominantly not middle-class families anymore, is they can afford to move elsewhere and they leave because they don't know. They want to go to school across the street. They don't want to live in Hyde Park and go to school in Brighton. The school, lack of neighborhood schools. Are we ever going to see the ability to buy a house? Because middle-class people are leaving. Middle-class people would... It's unfair to say this, but the middle-class systems function better than systems that are predominantly people who are struggling financially. I mean, it would make such a difference. Is that ever going to happen?
We've been making a lot of investments in the Boston Public Schools over the last 4 years that are meant to deliver on one, not just stabilizing the district after a period of tremendous transition and disruption. When Superintendent Skipper started, we had just come off of having 5 superintendents over the course of 7 years and a lot of turnover. So getting our core systems and foundation strengthened. But then the vision that we're going to deliver on of making the country's oldest public school system the best at BPS means that for every family, the best school for them should be just down the block in their public school. Because we know people, when given the choice, often want to have a convenient walk to school, or to be able to have the comfort and community of knowing everyone from being able to have all of the participation of families made easier without long commutes. But where we are as a district now is because we haven't had that quality uniformly across our city and all of its neighborhoods. And you don't have to go back too many decades to see the depth of segregation, of inequalities within resource allocation, within the choices that families were being given in terms of high quality options. And so we have invested in creating the specific types of seats that meet our students' needs. And then when seats aren't meeting our students' needs because the schools are severely under-enrolled or they're too small and therefore not able to offer a full range of AP classes and extracurriculars, we have to make some hard choices about how to right-size the footprint of the district in that way too. And so all these efforts of finding the high-quality student experience, providing the services that follow the students rather than segregating them in specific places to then have students have to chase the services when they need particular individualized education interventions for disabilities or for other needs. That should be available in every neighborhood and connected to each community to do in the next 4 years.
Let's take some calls at 877-301-8970. Steve is in New Hampshire. Hi, Steve.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
Jim, by the way, I'm a Trump supporter. I listen to you every day. So,
Thank you. Good. Glad you do. Call us
I just have a
sometime.
quick question. I call in all the time, but I got a question for the mayor. Might be a governor question, but my son is a licensed plumber in New Hampshire and in Maine. If he wants to take a license in Massachusetts, he has to take the 5-year course all over again. Why can't he just take the test, study the material, take the test? Why does he have to do the 5-year course?
Do you know anything about that or no?
It was cutting out a little bit, but I think this is about the license to carry.
No. It's a license to be a plumber.
He wants to know why his son...
Sorry.
Plumber.
This isn't the Steve I know, is it?
Whatever.
Okay, got it. So,
I think it is.
Professional licensure is a state issue, so that's correct on that front. And I don't know too much. What the city has been doing in certain spaces is if there are ways where we can help translate some of the credentials. Often we've been talking about the healthcare space because there's been such a need, but similarly here in the building trades and other really important jobs that there's need for and a shortage of qualified, skilled labor. There has to be work to be done to connect people into their jobs. So I'll ask my team to track this down. If we can get your information and see, at least in terms of your son and what's possible, we can follow up with you.
Yeah, it sounds
Plus the governor's here on the 30th.
Yeah,
so
it's a
give her
Governor
buzz.
Healey. Might be a Governor Healey question, Steve, but thank you for the call.
There are a bunch of people in the audience in orange T-shirts that say keep Franklin Park public. Zoe, can we have one with a question? There are a bunch of them that want to talk, but let's have one with a question for the mayor. Please. Not in an orange T-shirt. Hi, what's your name?
Good morning. My name is Renee Stacy Welch.
Hi, Renee.
Hi, how are you? So I've lived in this community all my whole life. I was born and raised here, and I do have this question. Mayor Wu, you work extensively with Charlestown to secure roughly 43 to 48 million in community benefits and infrastructure investment tied to the Everett Stadium. Why was a comparable level of negotiating infrastructure investment for predominantly black neighborhoods, Roxbury, Jamaica Plain, Mattapan, and Dorchester, not pursued or secured in the White Stadium deal? And with that said, how do you justify us paying almost $100 million in taxes for the White Stadium while Kraft is covering the entire cost himself?
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Renee, and appreciate you always showing up and always speaking up for the neighborhood and particularly on this issue. So I would say here once again we have a difference in I think facts of the situation, and I want to just be clear because this is a very commonly held question, and it's important to get into it because how rare is it that a community is working through two stadiums at the same time? These are very different situations, but at the same time, the principle that a major project that's going to impact a local community should bring tremendous benefit should be applied across all the cases. The first major difference is, as you just said, one is being funded privately because it's going to be privately owned and privately profiting a corporation and a company. The other, Franklin Park and White Stadium, is owned by Boston Public Schools and therefore publicly owned. It has been for 70 years since it was built, and it is going to remain so because we are in, unlike many stadium deals around the country, we did not agree to sell a stadium or to hand it over to the private sector, but in fact, there will be less than 10, and you've heard all this from me before because we've been in so many meetings together, less than 10% of the field time leased with a paying tenant, the professional women's soccer team. So the rest of the time, prioritizing students, prioritizing community needs, prioritizing large-scale events that are going to be organized by the community and by the neighbors, and it will be owned and controlled by city government, as it always has been. So this will be the only professional sports team in the country whose home turf is going to be owned by a public school district, and they're playing alongside them. In terms of the actual amount of the benefits package, so we got a way bigger package out of this White Stadium situation, even though it is still publicly owned and not going to be directly contributing to the management and ownership of a private corporation that has the ownership of the other stadium. We, at the city level, are going to be contributing some to the construction of the stadium. The women's soccer team, our tenant, is going to be contributing more than the city does, so that should be well over $100 million just there in terms of full renovations that are going to be primarily used by the City of Boston and our student athletes and our community members just in the construction process. We also have signed a detailed lease with them that will guarantee that they pay for the maintenance and operations every year forever forward. So if you look at the same 15-year window that we took a snapshot of the annual revenues that will come in from the Everett Stadium, if you apply that same 15 years, even though the revenues go on in perpetuity, but let's say for the first 15 years, it will be over $2 million a year in maintenance and operation costs. So that's $30 million right there. It will be $500,000 a year escalating with inflation for money that goes directly to Franklin Park to fulfill the action plan. Another $400,000 a year escalating with inflation just on rent that they're contributing. So that's almost $1 million every year. So 15 years, almost $15 million. So we're at $45 million just with those two pieces. That's already comparable to the other stadium deal if you don't factor in the $100+ million that they're investing in totally renovating a world-class space for our students. And then we also have a cut of concessions. I think it's 3% of the concessions that are sold, 10% of field naming rights, 10% of revenues related to other advertisements that are very specially designed so that they fit with the nature and the character of Franklin Park. But this will be a deal that is financially way, way more than the other one. It was negotiated over 2 years, so we took much longer doing it, 60 public meetings doing it, all in various spaces. And I've been in meetings with you directly. I have been in meetings with you directly. Anyway, if you're interested, we can pull up. We have every single meeting date and all of that. And all of this, again, is for a publicly owned entity that is going to be primarily used 345 days at least a year by our students and by our community.
Can I ask you a couple of follow-up questions just on White, and then we'll move on? You say a city's going to, quote, contribute some. There'll be more from the private entity, the soccer company. You still haven't released the figure, so how do you know that to be true? Do you know the figure the city is the ceiling?
We are working through that now because the bids have been officially received, opened, and we're in the process of reviewing them now. And so
when do you think the public will know?
It should be later this month.
Later this month. But so you really don't know yet, or do you know that the city's contribution is going to be more than the soccer team's contribution?
The soccer team's contribution should be more because they are.
That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, I got it backwards.
Because basically the city and the soccer team are each renovating half of the, one grandstand and then the other side of the east grandstand and the west grandstand. They are including all of the, very expensive upgrades for a sound system that is professional grade rather than what a high school stadium would be used for. They're putting all the finishes on to make it truly a world-class. So we are paying for the spaces that our students will use and that the community will use, and they are paying for the upgrades that will make it so that our students get to play in an incredible professional space, but that are not what the city would otherwise have paid for.
So what's their total contribution what's the total contribution of the soccer team?
It's not a dollar amount. It's finishing the entirety of their side of the stadium according to the specifications that have been put in place.
But the cities will be less than their commitment,
because we are not committing to building out any of the things that were needed for a full professional
What happens if the state's highest court, which now has a case challenging this, I'm short-circuiting it, but the building of something private on public lands, what if they rule against the city? What happens?
At this point, we are well underway with construction. Site work has been done. The old stadium structure has been demolished, and we are about to, once we award the final bid packages later this month, begin the kind of vertical work on the site. And so I imagine if something were to happen and the remedy were that this deal could not move forward, for example, we already have items in the lease that are lined up that the team has to either deliver their part of the stadium completed, or they have to pay, I think the amount was $45 million for the city to be able to finish it. So we are protected against any contingency if the team, this isn't going to happen because there's a lot of excitement for bringing a professional women's sports franchise as well. But if, heaven forbid, the team were to fold or decided they were going somewhere else, actually we have the legal contingencies all lined up in the lease already. However, I will say legally, we've been through multiple checkpoints at every other level of the court system and come back with very definitive, very clear legal rulings that...
But the final word will be from the SJC.
That's right, yes.
Okay, we have a bunch of texts about the World Cup, including one from Austin, but we also, I think, have a phone call from Mason in Melrose about the FIFA World Cup. Go ahead, Mason. Thank you for calling. Mason,
good.
You there? Okay, well, let's say the basic thrust of the text is how are we preparing for the World Cup? They're concerned about traffic, tickets, etc.
And has the state come up with the money yet?
There are about 100 days left to go before the tournament kicks off. We won't be hosting until a little further in the group stage, but it is almost here, and so we're working through with the state and with the Boston FIFA group some of the final touches on hosting Fan Fest on City Hall Plaza and the activations and celebrations where even outside of the Gillette and the main matches, there will be places to watch, to cheer, to be in community, to support our small businesses, to celebrate cultural heritage all throughout our neighborhoods and throughout the Commonwealth as well. And I know specifically in terms of traffic and transportation, this has been a main issue. Phil Lang and the T have been working very hard on creating new capacity, so they will have to transport more riders than ever before, multiple times a day to get to and from Foxborough. And then with our downtown celebrations on City Hall Plaza, similarly working on having longer extended hours, more capacity. We'll have to do some probably temporary measures just to smooth the flow of drop-offs and shuttle buses and all of that. But we're in the final planning stages.
Is Beacon Hill still screwing around, though, with the money, or have they
I believe there's another request that's still out there, and the committee still has some way to go in fundraising and securing the
Isn't that getting a little late
funding
for this?
100 days to go. We got to get it together.
Well, didn't you, in your speech, this was the MLK Day event yesterday where you spoke about the legislature, and I think you took a bit of a swipe at them when you said that that they can find funds to host the World Cup but can't help seniors stay in their homes in Boston by reducing their taxes. I think that was a swipe.
I had a couple other lines in there, too.
You could certainly elaborate.
Look, it's a moment of split screen in so many ways in our daily lives, right? Even when we talk about the honor and the huge economic development opportunity of having more people come to Boston than, at least in a very long time, maybe ever in one short compressed period between FIFA, Tall Ships, the 250th, and our Independence Day celebrations. But as we host everyone coming in from all around the world, people are worried about basic safety with immigration enforcement and what that will mean and how the federal government will either be enhancing or hindering local communities' efforts to create welcoming spaces. And at the same time, at the very, very local level, we're in a split screen of, Democrats across the country need to get it together. We need to show progress and leadership on affordability, on delivering things that actually matter to people. I work every day with our team so that Boston can be an effective example of not just functional government, but government that gets things done and is improving people's lives. And we have to recognize when our local residents are under tremendous stress and we can do something about it. Housing costs are through the roof. Everyone knows this in Massachusetts. We need to have more housing. We need to make sure it's affordable. But you can't have the conversation about trying to just spur more housing while ignoring property taxes that add to housing costs because the way that state law is rigidly structured, unlike other places in the country, cities here are not in control of setting their own tax rates. We are following state law. There's this situation that happens, and our residents have been under extreme pressure. And now we have a proposal that was put in place 20 years ago when the city of Boston asked under Mayor Menino, and it worked effectively. It's temporary. It eases the burden. It helps a transition in a particular kind of economic moment that we see echoes in now. But unlike 20 years ago, our current state Senate leadership has a very different relationship with corporate interests and the real estate sector. We saw a vote go down that was, I think, 33-5 on our home rule petition that has been up there for 2 years now. I am glad we got a vote finally after 2 years. That is how our democracy should work, and I'm glad that we now were able to see where everyone stood on the record. And frankly, we got more votes than I thought because Senator Jalen, who is retiring, also seems to have voted her conscience and joined 4 out of the 6 of Boston's state senators. But we have a system set up here where the vast majority of Boston residents support residential tax relief and need it badly, and support dialing down the corporate tax break from a 4% tax break that they are currently getting to a 3% tax break, so that residents, they're still getting that break, but then residents can be saved hundreds, thousands of dollars on their tax bill just in a temporary moment of balance and transition. The vast majority of residents support this. No one is coming up to me at community meetings and say, no, please make sure they get that full 4% corporate tax break. I want to pay $700, $1,000 more in taxes. 12 out of 13 Boston city councilors have voted for this. All 16 of our Boston state representatives voted for this. 4 out of our 6 state senators voted for this. 2 have voted now against their communities. Who? Nick Collins and Will Brownsberger. And now this goes down, even though it only affects our community. It is reflecting the will of our community, but we're in a system where the state chooses and often is influenced by the Chamber of Commerce more than the conscience of their own communities. And we can do things. We need to do things. By all means, I am so excited that we're hosting the World Cup. We're going to squeeze every bit of value out of this. We're going to show the world who we are. The world needs to see and hear Boston's story right now. But we can do that and protect our seniors and move forward on other housing measures that have died at the State House from cities all across the Commonwealth. A transfer fee that would generate housing directly for affordable housing, rent stabilization so that people have relief right now in their communities as we're trying to build more over the next 5 years, 10 years. We have to be able to do more, and Massachusetts played an important role 250 years ago. We can't let ourselves off the hook for playing that same kind of leadership role now.
What do you think? You mentioned that we have to take a break in a second, but you mentioned you're going to be meeting at this conference of mayors across the country to talk about how to deal with Trump. Are you meeting with mayors in the Commonwealth to talk about how to deal with this legislature? I mean, you were pretty explicit here, but they essentially decided, with the exception of those 2 Boston senators, people who don't represent Boston decided they know more about what's good for Boston than the mayor and every city councilor except one and every state rep.
Well, people who represent Boston, too. It seems
I
to
just
me
said that.
People who are in Collins and Brownsberger's district upset should call them and tell them.
What's the strategy for this? Because there's been an endless string of their rejection of what you and the council have sent up. That's, by the way, on the rent stabilization thing, I haven't seen other polls, overwhelmingly supported by the people who actually live here. What are you going to do?
Something's got to give, and this is not just Boston. This is a frustration that I know and hear from communities everywhere. It's not that any of us wants to be antagonistic or doing anything except for collaborating with our partners who are aligned on values. But we have a system where we see the state Senate putting more energy into opposing a common sense proposal and rejecting it and shutting it down from one municipality than if only a fraction of that energy went into finding statewide solutions for cities that are being crushed by revenue issues, given the way state tax laws are structured and how inflation and healthcare costs have been eating into the funding that's needed for teachers and police officers and first responders and basic city services. We're all going through this right now, and there are a number of ballot initiatives that have been put forward more than ever before because people just feel like there needs to be a release valve somewhere. We need to see action. We need to see relief. And one way or the other, whether legislatively or through the ballot, which frankly does not produce as good outcomes because it is then one hammer applied across the entire state instead of nuanced legislation that's worked out through ongoing dialogue and process. It's one vote, and whoever gets the language up there, that is what goes, unless they will, tweak it afterwards. But we're feeling that sense of frustration, and Massachusetts has to be a leader in this moment. We can't point the finger at the Trump administration and say they're making life horrible on all these measures while all we do is cheerlead but then not deliver real action and real results.
Is this because they're owned by corporate interests? That seems to be what you're saying.
I have learned a lot over the last 2 years of this process, and I think one is that the structure is very much, whether originally designed back in the, Irish Catholic Boston versus Brahmin Protestant State House era, or reinforced in every generation since then with this split where the economic interests work in Boston but do not live here and have greater influence over a wider swath of the Commonwealth where they may have more interests and more ability to provide resources and host political fundraisers and things like that. We do see a very different relationship now between the state Senate and those interests than we did 20 years ago when this passed and when other communities have needed other issues to happen as well. And so I think the other lesson for me is that we have seen a shift in our larger corporate and business community too. So 20 years ago, there were business leaders who stepped out from the beginning and said, we understand that we're in this together and that when our residents, meaning our coworkers, our workforce, our customers, our community, when they are destabilized because of this quirk of tax law, all of a sudden providing a huge shock and spike in taxes, that's bad for business too. And many of them, and Bob Rivers has talked about this trend also, businesses used to have much more loyalty and responsibility solely here because they were headquartered here. And as many businesses have become nationalized, they now have to think about how things they do here will be received by their shareholders who are connected to Florida or other places around the country. And there's also been giants in the community like Jack Connors, who I miss every day, a Rosendale guy, someone who's deeply lived and breathed Boston and felt that responsibility to give back and see the big picture, not just competitiveness as an on-off switch in terms of how low can we push taxes for the corporate community as the only thing that we're going to lobby for, but that we all are interconnected in needing a thriving business community, needing thriving jobs and economic opportunities, especially in such a competitive and fluid time as this, but that ultimately depends on people being secure, our residents, our neighbors, being able to take care of their families so that they can give their best to also create enterprise and come to work and put energy into that new innovation and life-saving change. This has always been the place that we change the world, make a difference, but we need everyone to understand that that is a collective endeavor that is going to be focused on putting down the foundations for our
Me and Jim, or at least me, not the mayor, I just want to point out that we trash Republicans all the time. Democrats run the State House in Boston, and people need to call and notify their legislators if they're upset about what goes on up there. It's amazing what a few emails and calls to 617-722-2000, especially if you are in Boston and you're concerned about the property taxes and you live in Nick Collins and Brownsburg's district. Some of these people up at the State House have a lot of money in real estate, own a lot of real estate and get a lot of money from the real estate business. That's not the mayor. That's me, but I think it's worth pointing out. We're going to keep talking to the mayor after this quick break. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browder. You're listening to Ask the Mayor on BPR 89.7 GBH, live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, more than a decade ago, journalist Paul Salopek went out on foot to retrace the ancient migration routes of early humans across continents, borders, and cultures. That journey, the Out of Eden walk, is still a walk in progress. Salopek joins us to reflect on what the world looks like when you literally take it one step at a time. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra. This month, the E Pluribus Unum Festival explores American music, history, and ideals through performances and in-depth conversations at Symphony Hall and around Greater Boston. bso.org. And the Museum of Science, featuring exhibits for all ages, from indoor lightning storms to live animals to modern robotics and hands-on design challenges. More at mos.org. And Bryant University, ranked 5th in the nation for internships and recruiter demand by LinkedIn's 2025 Top Colleagues list, committed to preparing students to be day one ready for success. Learn more at bryant.edu. And Boston Harbor Hotel, celebrating the 37th annual Boston Wine and Food Festival with winemaker-hosted dinners, seminars, and more from January through March. Details at boswineandfoodfestival.com.
When candidate Donald Trump was on the campaign trail in 2024, he promised to cut American energy bills in half. The costs of gasoline and oil are down, but the cost of electricity is surging.
Our grid is very old, it's aging, and it costs a lot of money to replace and repair that aging grid infrastructure.
Grading energy promises on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Welcome back to BPR. Jim Browder and Marjorie Egan. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're continuing Ask the Mayor with Mayor Michelle Wu. The number's 877-301-8970.
Before we get back to the calls, I think you have something there.
Oh, yes.
This
This
to do with
is
Boston Family
hot
Days.
off the presses. So this is our very new Boston Family Days passport book that will be ready in time for February's Boston Family Days at the beginning of the month, the first and second Sundays of the month. Institutions across the city are free to any student growing up in Boston and two of their guests or family members that they would like to take. So now there's a passport that reflects all of the institutions that are participating, and each one of them has a special stamp book. So this one actually is the Franklin Park Zoo, a lot of Franklin Park today. And so you would go, I'm going to find the right page, and you can go and get your own stamp there. And the goal is that every family, every child growing up in this city should feel like they own all of the opportunities and the world-class experiences across the city. So go check these out.
How do they get these things?
These will be at the institutions themselves, whether the aquarium, the Children's Museum, or at Boston Public Schools.
Great. Larry in West Roxbury, you're on with Mayor Wu. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Sure.
So I'm a retired special educator, special ed administrator, so I love public schools. I've worked in public schools all my life, and I support and understand the need to consolidate public schools in Boston with old buildings that need to be done over and not enough students to fill them all up. So I have an idea for what to do with extra public school buildings that are going to be closed for public school.
What's that?
So my wife's an artist. I've lived with an artist like all of my adult life, and I think there's a huge need for living and housing and working spaces for artists. You get two bangs for your buck on two different levels. You have a place for people to work and to live, who commute, who give back to the city of Boston, and instead of going to New York, which like 80% of them do, they'll stay here.
How about it?
Thanks, Larry. Thanks for the idea, and I think we will get to that point. I want to just give a little bit more sense of what's immediately coming next because there are a lot of complicated pieces with our school buildings. These are really important hubs within our community, and it's actually not as simple as we're just closing a building and because it's not needed and students are kind of getting consolidated into the existing other buildings, and then we don't need to do anything with that building anymore, so it should find a new use. Eventually, I think we may get to that point, but right now, more often than not, what's happening is 2 schools, for example, that might be either under-enrolled or one that might be too small and therefore not able to offer the full range of experiences would merge together, and then a fully renovated building would then house both of those schools in their new school community. And so we're actually renovating and creating a lot of new spaces or refurbishing and making like new existing spaces. At the pace that we intend to do this at, right, previously it was one school would get done over every 5 to 7 years, if that. And that's why right now we have more school construction and renovation projects underway than the last 40 years combined. In order to do this at a good clip, we will need spaces for swing space to rotate students out of, because the challenge of renovating a school building, unlike other buildings that you could theoretically just shut down for a while to do the construction, is students still have to learn that whole period, and so you have to find some other accommodation, and only doing construction during the summer stretches it out way too much. So there are lots of other needs that we might have, but at whatever point we have extra buildings that are not appropriate for school use in some way, that will be their first priority if it was a former school building. There is a public disposition process. It involves the city council, it involves public meetings, and it in fact should line up with our larger planning process that's underway to identify what each neighborhood needs. Not just how tall housing should be and where it should go and how many units, but is a particular neighborhood missing artists, co-work, studio space? Is it missing a resource for young kids in a playground? Is it missing a grocery store? And so our planning is meant to identify how every neighborhood should be a walkable, fully accessible community, and the buildings should then follow that purpose rather than kind of be pulled out on their own.
Speaking of, thank you, Larry. Speaking of housing, could you briefly explain to people what happened at Whittier, this Flat 9 thing?
Oh yeah, the AMP project was just finished. So this was I think 4-phase redevelopment of a really important public housing community in Roxbury. It kicked off a while ago under Governor Patrick and President Obama with the first tranche of funds that were awarded. And it has now, since this was the very final phase that was completed and following through on all of that over many years, where something like 200 original units have now been more than doubled into a thriving community, fully renovated homes, supports and community spaces built into that. And so we were proud to cut the ribbon on the residents moving in. You know,
every time an elected official talks about a good idea that I assume everybody would agree is a good idea, the first thing that comes to my mind, I'm guessing yours, is it replicable? And the bad news here is the first, I think it was 30 million, as you said, did come from HUD under Obama. So another Flat 9 or a replica is unlikely without federal seed money, which sure as hell is not happening. Is that fair?
We have to get through the next 3 years, but we can hope and organize until then. However, even since then, the federal government, for the last 40 years, the federal government has been doing less and less and less on housing. And particularly when it comes to public housing, it's been a fight just to get resources to maintain existing units that were initially federally created. So even in recent years, the city of Boston has been putting in direct city dollars for the Mary Ellen McCormick, for example, or the Mildred Healey development, for example. These were all seeded with significant $50 million of city dollars, ARPA city dollars, going to the Mildred Healey development. And this is a model that has worked to take an existing footprint, use public funding to spark additional public-private partnership, where often there's more housing than there existed before, built on, either expanded or built on top. that tends to be mixed income and that can self-subsidize and keep those units maintained in perpetuity.
While we're on the subject of housing, just a little background. People may know there's a section of Tremont Street right across from where the police headquarters is, Parcel 3. A lot of plans over the years to do some development there that have all kind of fallen apart. And lately there was another $1 billion life science and affordable housing project. And there were a lot of people involved in that. Amari Paris Jeffries, they were looking for some space there for Embrace Boston and stuff. Anyway, you're taking some flack over this from the Globe, and Shirley Leung, who's with us all the time. It's not going to happen apparently because of the Madison Park rebuild, and she thinks that this was a bad idea. Steamroll was the word she used, and suggested the idea that why not both and fix Madison Park and do the affordable housing, economic development, life sciences, etc. development.
Shirley has it wrong here in terms of the initial framing, which it's not true that the P3 economic development project isn't happening because we chose to move forward with Madison Park. The P3 economic development project was not happening on its own, and they have had the designation for 3 years where it's a parcel of public land which has a very raw and we wouldn't make these decisions today, but the land that was originally taken from community members under urban renewal through eminent domain to, at that point, build a highway through Roxbury and the South End, and that community members mobilized to stop. But that parcel of land that was generated, which was meant to have a school complex, economic development, and healthcare, the school project, Madison Park, was built and has now been so many years in existence that it is crumbling and needing major renovation. And meanwhile, the economic development parcel has been vacant this entire time through multiple iterations of community members being clear that this was there's a strong need and jobs should be here and there should be civic uses and all of that. So the parcel was designated after a community process that happened through and right after COVID, where lab space was hot in Boston and able to throw off enough profits that could then subsidize affordable housing and all of these other things. That is no longer the case. The economics do not work. Lab space is at 30% vacancy, and this project for multiple years now was not able to advance or make meaningful progress towards a groundbreaking, even with city conversations about using some funding from our accelerator fund to help spark this. There was just no way, given the original conception of the economics of the project, that it would have any hope of moving forward at any time in the next cycle until lab at some point comes back, maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years down the line. This was something that wasn't happening. At the same time, we got what everyone said would never happen, right? State partnership through the MSBA, the Mass School Building Authority, to fully redevelop Madison Park. This will be a tremendous economic contribution to the city and the budget, making Madison feasible. And because those parcels are adjacent, it will end up, looking at the redevelopment of Madison, I mentioned swing space earlier, in order for the students to keep learning during the period of construction, either you have to pay for swing space elsewhere, or we were trying to contort ourselves into building the new building on the athletic fields so that students could keep learning, and then once the new building was up, move the students into that building, then knock down the old building, rebuild the athletic field. Meanwhile, that would result in a layout for the school that's not ideal because the main entrance would now be in a small residential street. The athletic fields would be taken off for 4+ years or however long construction lasts. And now we have a parcel of land that wasn't going to be used for a feasible economic development plan under the current project proposal, available to help us maneuver what the right layout is to solve potentially some really challenging questions for Madison, and then have a school there moving forward that will spark an actually feasible economic development project. So the long story short is that the school and economic development will both happen. And now they have a chance of actually both moving forward to build wealth in our community, to reinforce and make real the dreams of community members who for 60+ years have been working on this parcel. But it has to happen in the right order now. And we're going to continue working on it so that we're not just prolonging
a pipe dream. It became where promises were made to the city and to the community from a developer who said this is going to fund all of these additional things, a free nonprofit center, affordable housing. That hasn't been true for some time, and it's time to come to terms that those promises are not able to be delivered on by that developer, and now we are finding a way to make something actually work.
Okay, we only have 40 seconds left. Please tell me you're not betting like a bowl of clam chowder with the mayor of Denver over the game. You're not, are you?
We haven't spoken about it yet.
That's excellent.
Yeah, I'll see him in D.C., though.
You will. Madam Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Congratulations on your second inauguration. We'll see you next month.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for coming in and joining us, and thank you very much for my Boston Family Days little passport. We've been speaking with the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, and we very much appreciate her coming to talk with us and you every month. Coming up after the 1 o'clock news, NBC Sports Boston's Trenni Casey is here. Go Patriots. We'll, of course, talk about the past. Also talk about cayenne pepper keeping football stars' feet warm in these games, and parents taking second jobs or going into debt to afford organized sports program for little kids. And we're talking about kids that are 8 years old. This is, you're Jim Browdy. I'm Marjorie Egan. This is Boston Public Radio, broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, GBH.
For that next birthday, holiday, or special occasion, you can give a standout gift. A GBH membership. Thousands of hours of your favorite PBS shows, event deals, and local business discounts. Learn more at gbh.org/gift membership.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. The Wall Street Journal calls it heartfelt and uplifting. Tickets at amrep.org. And Brightbound. It's never too early to start thinking about what comes next, and Brightbound helps students from middle school through high school discover rewarding careers. Learn more at brite.bound.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jim Browdy, head on Hour 3 of BPR Live from the Library. We'll start the 1 o'clock hour with NBC Sports Boston's Trenni Casey on how Indiana completed one of the most remarkable turnarounds in sports history, why the Rams had pepper in their shoes, of course the Pats are in the conference championship, and youth sports becoming totally unaffordable.
I'm Marjorie Egan. Then we'll check in with Boston Globe travel writer Christopher Muther before turning it over to you. We're just 1 month into the new year, and some of the most pesky phrases from last year persist. Let's circle back, synergize on the words and phrases that live rent-free in your brain. Which ones you would like to banish to Greenland? Annoying phrases in you, call or text on the soon-to-be-discontinued third hour of BPR 89.7 GBH Live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Today is the one-year mark of President Trump's second term in office. There's been a lot of upheaval throughout the government and beyond, but as NPR's Tamara Keith reports, there has not been nearly as much turnover among high-level White House staff and cabinet members as there was in Trump's first term.
By this point in Trump's first term, 2 cabinet secretaries had left their jobs, and at the White House, a chief of staff, 2 communications directors, and a press secretary were among the many already gone. This time, there's been less personnel drama, says Catherine Dunn-Tempest, a visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution.
What is the core of the stability? It was the emphasis that they put on loyalty in hiring. And that has then subsequently paved the way for less infighting and less drama and a lower rate than in 2017.
Lower and with more promotions than firings, but still sky high compared to other recent administrations. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen says she is questioning Trump's trustworthiness for threatening more tariffs on the EU when, as she suggests, Trump said last year he would not. Trump wants to take over Greenland, and he wants the U.S.'s longstanding allies to support it. They say they will not. Overnight, Trump accused the U.K. of, quote, great stupidity for relinquishing control of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Hours later, U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson was in front of the British Parliament, a first for a speaker, to say that his mission is to help, quote, calm the waters. President Trump is inviting world leaders to sign the charter of his new Board of Peace this week. The Kremlin says Russian President Vladimir Putin was invited to join but is still reviewing the invitation. NPR's Daniel Lestrin reports so far only a few countries have publicly committed to joining.
The charter of President Trump's Board of Peace seeks an expanded mandate beyond just overseeing the rehabilitation of Gaza. It's being defined as a peacekeeping body to mediate world conflicts. Trump would be chairman indefinitely, and countries would need to pay $1 billion to become permanent members. Trump is inviting world leaders to sign the Board of Peace charter at a ceremony Thursday at the World Economic Forum in Davos. So far, at least 5 countries have publicly committed: Vietnam, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Argentina, and Morocco. French President Emmanuel Macron does not plan to join, according to the Associated Press. Trump told reporters, quote, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
The Dow is down now 672 points, or 1.3%. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon with the latest from the GB. Jim McGovern of Worcester used yesterday's Martin Luther King Jr. Day to ice a new third harbor tunnel, if you will. The Telegram and Gazette reports that his emotional and fiery speech, McGovern called for an end to ICE, and his speech was so moving it had the capacity crowd at Assumption University's Plord Rec Center standing and cheering. McGovern combined the words and actions of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with what some call the ongoing tyranny and lawlessness happening today by the Trump administration, as well as immigration and customs enforcement. And with just over 3 months before Republicans gather in Worcester to decide which GOP candidates will get these states' party's endorsement, the director of the Mass GOP's convention has stepped down. Politico reporting that political strategist Wendy Wakeman resigned from the role on Friday shortly after meeting with the party officials and members of GOP candidate Brian Shortley's campaign. Wakeman says she resigned because the conditions under which she accepted the job had changed significantly and she no longer felt it was a good fit. No word yet on who will fill her position. In sports, the Bruins are in Dallas tonight. Women's Beanpot Hockey Championship is also tonight at the TD Garden with Harvard taking on BU. Puck dropped at 7:30. It is day 4 at the Australian Open. Mostly sunny, low to mid-20s today, clear and in the single digits overnight. We're at 22 degrees in Boston right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Charles Schwab, offering investors choices like full-service wealth management, advice, investing, and trading on Thinkorswim. Learn more at schwab.com. And from the Doris Duke Foundation.
Welcome to hour number 3 of Boston Public Radio. Jim Brady and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we're going to be joined right here at the Boston Public Library with most incredible historian and, of course, and documenter of presidents of the United States, Doris Kearns Goodwin, and her son, Joe, a veteran. They're going to talk to us about national service, mandatory national service.
And then we're going to take your calls on the question with Doris and with Joe about the whole concept.
That's right, because Jim wrote a story about this.
No, not because Jim wrote
and he wants
a story
to keep the issue going.
Well, I do want to. Don't you want to keep the issue
yes,
going?
Yes, I'm only teasing you. Okay, as the governor is going to be joining us, Maura Healey, on the 30th of January. She'll be here also at the Boston Public Library at noontime. And starting February 1st, Jim and I are fortunate. Second, sorry. We are no longer going to be 3 hours a day. We're going to be 2 hours a day, and we are very grateful to be given that opportunity.
You know, people have said to me, you both have said, I think it was in the Globe, we want to do, some other things as well. It's at 1:07 on February 7th. We'll be walking to lunch, actually, and listening to Edgar, of course, on our headphones. We're joined now at the BPL desk by Trenni Casey. Trenni's an anchor and reporter for NBC Sports Boston. She's going to be doing the Olympics, too. We'll talk about that a little more as they come closer. And she's a BPR contributor. Hi, Trenni.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Trenni Casey. So how about those Patriots?
How about those Patriots?
Yeah, give us the rundown.
Well, Mayor Wu just said, well, what do you think's going to happen? And I said yesterday, I came out hard out of the gates on my show, and I said, why are we even playing this game? They're going to the Super Bowl. Like, everything is coming up Patriots. And listen, I know this is going to sound like I'm diminishing what they've accomplished, but they have been very fortunate in the road that's been laid out for them. When they played the Chargers, Justin Herbert was dealing with a broken, it's not his throwing arm, but still a broken arm. His best running back was out. His two best offensive linemen were out. So you had those issues. The Texans had their best receiver out. They lost their running back for a while. Like, there's just been one thing after another that has sort of paved the way for them, so that even when Drake May fumbles the ball 4 times, they still I don't really count the interception. It was a Hail Mary. That was just, that happens. Yeah. Everything's coming up Patriots. Everything is coming up Patriots.
Well, it would be great.
And now, as I said, everything coming up Patriots. So now you're going to go to Denver, which is a very difficult place to play. Another really, really good defense. Drake May is going to have to go up against 3 of the best defenses in the NFL for 3 straight weeks. But once again, on the offensive side, the Patriots defense is going to have a little bit of an easier time, because instead of facing Bo Nix, who isn't a world beater, but this is a guy who won in college with Michigan, just a gamer, right? Like, he doesn't necessarily have all of the best attributes as a quarterback, but he's a smart quarterback and can make big plays late. Now you've got Jarrett Stidham. Not sure if you guys know who Jarrett Stidham is.
Don't know.
He was
the Patriots.
He's played for the Patriots.
Did not know that.
Last time he threw a pass in the NFL, guys?
2 years ago.
2023. So, like I said, everything is coming up Patriots.
Now, I followed this weekend's playoff games much closer than I should have.
They were
so
great. They were fantastic.
They were. So the Bills lose with, I would argue, one of the greatest quarterbacks, Josh Allen, I've ever seen, even though he can't ever win a big game. After this, here's an emotional Josh Allen speaking to reporters after they lost to the Broncos.
It's extremely difficult. I feel like I let my teammates down tonight. Missed opportunities throughout the game. It's been a long season. I hate how it ended, and it's going to stick with me for a long time.
So he's weeping. What'd you make of that?
Listen,
the poor guy.
Listen,
Why did you even want to play that?
Because it's a huge story.
It is. Listen, Josh, this could not. You talk about it laying out for the Patriots a perfect scenario to take advantage, of some injuries. Nothing could have been laid out more perfectly for Josh Allen. Lamar Jackson out. Patrick Mahomes out. Those are 2 other of the top best quarterbacks in the NFL. And Josh Allen has always had to sort of go, toe-to-toe with those guys. He is, or was, the best quarterback remaining in the postseason, but just couldn't get it done in Denver.
Problem?
Well, the problem is what he has around him. He does have one of the best running backs in the NFL in James Cook. But there's just, he doesn't have a great defense. Like, even when Drake May
So
makes,
it's like Tom Brady in his last couple of years.
it's like
of the Patriots.
Tom Brady in the last couple of years, and I don't understand why they don't put more around him. And then to add insult to Josh Allen, and so Josh Allen made some mistakes against the Denver Broncos, in part because the Denver Broncos are a tremendous opportunistic defense, but also because he was trying to will his team, put the other 52 guys on his shoulders and carry them to the AFC Championship game. You can't do it alone. And as Gisele Bundchen famously said,
I can't throw it and
Tom
catch it.
can't throw it and catch the ball.
One of the great quotes of
That
all
was
time.
great. I remember that.
Okay,
And so,
let's
and
move.
similar to Josh Allen, but now Josh Allen, they fired the coach. They fired Sean McDermott yesterday as head coach, but they're keeping Brandon Beane on as the president of football operations, and I don't understand it because that's the guy who's been charged with putting a roster around Josh Allen, and he has not put great pieces around him.
Next, this is an upbeat thing. I don't like the national anthem. I think the national anthem should be America the Beautiful, which I really love. However,
I mean, it's silly. No other country does
here's
it.
this guy, Jim Cornelison, singing the national anthem just 15, 20 seconds in Chicago during the Rams-Bears game. It was the place is going berserk. Here he is. Pretty incredible, huh?
It's pretty incredible.
It's like a human. Is that great?
That is amazing. That was an incredible
opera
opera
singer. I don't know. He's a really hard song to sing.
Yeah, he sounds like an opera singer.
Yeah, he sounds like an opera singer.
He's like a Portland.
Didn't you look into this? You wanted
No, I just heard it. I happened to hear it, and I just flipping stations, and the guy was unbelievable. You ever hear this guy?
I've not, and I did not see it. I don't know. I mean, I had the game on, but I think I just had it kind of turned down. Listen, I hate the Bears, Jim, so I was rooting.
Oh, right,
I was
'cause you're a
vehemently
Midwestern
rooting. I
kid.
was like, so when I went to bed and the Rams had just given the ball back to Chicago in 2 minutes, I was like, you stupid dummy heads. Now they're going to come back, and they did. They came back and tied the game. Another incredible pass by Caleb Williams, but the Rams ended up winning.
And finally, Marjorie wants to know if you have cayenne pepper in your socks. Do you have cayenne pepper?
I do not have cayenne pepper in my socks, but this is like one of my favorite stories of the weekend.
It's a pretty good one.
So not the Seahawks. The Rams had to play
opera singer.
Yes, the Rams had to play the Bears in Chicago. Obviously, the Rams are from LA. They play in basically what's a dome. It's warm in LA, and they were trying to figure out ways to stay warm. And Al Woods, who used to play with somebody on the Rams, a defensive tackle, they played together in Seattle. And Al Woods used to put cayenne pepper.
Cayenne, is that you say? Cayenne pepper?
I think it's cayenne pepper.
You put it
That's
in
how
your
I've always-
socks?
You put it in your socks, and it's supposed to like activate something in like it's the heat of it. Like you put cayenne pepper in chili. It's like a hot spice. And they put it in their socks. I actually kind of thought they were pulling Melissa Stark's leg.
That's true.
When Melissa Stark is the sideline reporter for Sunday Night Football, and I was like, oh boy, did she fall for this, that they put cayenne pepper in their shoes. But then they showed their socks after the game, and they were disgusting and orange, and they put cayenne pepper in
I
their shoes.
actually have cumin in my socks right now because it's my favorite spice.
That's
We're
great.
talking to Trenni Casey.
Okay.
I knew
so,
that would amuse you, Marjorie.
I don't know anything about college football, but apparently it's a total mess. That was the headline of the story.
Well, what was interesting to me about this column that was written talks about how no one is in charge of college football. And when I first read that headline, I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought, well, what about Charlie Baker? He's in
I thought
charge
that too.
They don't
of the
even mention
NCAA.
him
They
in the
don't
whole
even mention
story.
him because in the story they say that college football, the football subdivision, which is, your big schools, BC's in it, although they're not very good. Your Big Tens, your Big 12s, your Pac-10s, your SEC, those types of teams. And they said the NCAA has no jurisdiction, basically, over these very powerful heads. So you have a commissioner, Western, big schools, Michigan, Michigan State, Wisconsin, Indiana, Northwestern, Minnesota. I forget some of the other ones that were in there because there used to be 10 of them. Penn State. Now it's like Rutgers and Maryland and UCLA. Like what? It's gotten completely
Flying across the country.
Flying across the country.
Seems crazy.
These kids are missing school. Like it's like why? It's such a ruse to call these kids student athletes. At these
Even
big
though
levels.
Baker's making millions of dollars being head of the NCAA, and he didn't seek my advice before he took the job, of course. Here, he had the Democrats totally wrapped around his finger. Almost anything he said to do, they would do.
You mean in Boston?
Yeah, when he was the governor. This is a totally different. These people have their independent bases. They don't run for election in a way that Baker could affect their futures. So he's in a real tough spot.
And you're talking about, if you're dealing with local elected officials in a state, you're not more often than not, I don't know how many of our elected officials are millionaires or billionaires, but my guess is not a ton of them. You're dealing with I think it's all men. I don't think there's a single commissioner of a football conference that's a female. You're dealing with men who are getting paid tens of millions of dollars a year. They're probably their net worth is probably 9 figures. Why are they going to listen to you?
Yeah.
All they care about are their business interests and their bottom line. And their bottom line is kids. I think that's something we often lose sight of in college sports. These are still kids. They're 18 they may look like men on the field, or grown women if we're talking about women's basketball, because that's really the only sort of money-making women's sports. Soccer a little bit to a lesser extent. But when you look at these men and women who play, specifically men who play football and basketball, we now treat these guys like pro athletes, but they are still kids.
Well, with one exception. Here's where I want you to settle the argument. I read Dan Shaughnessy before the national championship game between Miami and Indiana, which Indiana read yesterday. And Shaughnessy says, and I'm paraphrasing, this is a joke. These are practically professional players for the NIL money. A lot of them are in their 6th year of college, et cetera, et cetera. The flip side is Indiana had the worst record in the history of college football, and they just went 16-0. An undefeated season, which I didn't know till last night, has only been duplicated once in college football history by Yale 100 years ago or something like that, 120 years ago. I mean, so who's right? You should scoff at it because they're essentially young professionals, or...
Listen, to me, at some point there had to be... First of all, you're not putting the genie back in the bottle. We're not taking away NILs. Correct. We're not taking pay for play. That's not going away. So they are paid athletes. But at the same time, the way it was set up before, I refuse to draw a parallel to chattel to slavery. They were exploited. So you had many times minority men playing, and we'll just use football and basketball because those are the big money sports, playing these big money sports, selling their jerseys, putting their likeness on things, selling tickets to games. Universities making billions with a B dollars off the backs of these kids, especially in football, are smashing their brains out and getting absolutely nothing in exchange. So I don't have a problem with these guys and these women monetizing their talents. You guys sent me another column about NILs and pay to play.
It's too complex.
It's too complex. But one thing that they put in there, if I was a high school musician, if I was Taylor Swift and in high school and singing in my high school choir, but then my parents decided that I was going to, go to Nashville and become this mega superstar, there's nothing holding an artist back from using their talents and monetizing their talents. But for a long time, we punished really good athletes and said, no, you're getting an education. But you were never getting an education. You were always only allowed to go to class when it didn't interfere with your practice schedule. And you were taking, tests with tutors and all these other things. They make all these exceptions, academic exceptions for athletes. So at least just pay these guys and women. Let them make money off of their talents.
Let me just follow up briefly on what you said. For those who have only been around last couple of years, a former columnist for the Globe, Derek Jackson, did one of the great things ever when he was a columnist there. The brackets for the March Madness, 64, 65 teams, whatever.
Grades or graduation rates.
He would do it based on graduation rates of these schools and making the point that with very few exceptions, they don't educate these kids.
No.
The vast majority don't become pros. As you said, in those days, made nothing, even though the universities were making
the Catholic schools always came out ahead.
The Georgetowns, places like that.
They do,
right.
but so I went to Marquette, which is a middle of the road. Right now, their basketball program, their men's basketball program, they finally beat Providence last night. They won in overtime by 1 point. Now I think they have 7 wins on the season. They're not good this year, but they've been a better program. But when I was in college, they were not very good. They were an NIT team. They might make the NCAA tournament and win one game, right? You know what? Did you know what the roster was comprised of? a bunch of really good students. We had like 5 engineering students on the team, and they were trash basketball players. But when the script was flipped and they brought in a coach who went after maybe not the brightest bulbs in the box, but they were really good athletes, guess who started going to Final Fours and Sweet 16s and making the tournament year in and year out? Like, the reality is that you kind of can't have it both ways. Like, they're the smartest academic people are not always the best athletes. And so if you want a good program and that program brings your school money, like this idea that the two can coexist like perfectly, where you're gonna have all these great graduation rates and these really smart students and these guys and women who are gonna be set up academically, for like life after school. You can't do internships, you don't have time. You can't have jobs during school, you don't have time. You can't study abroad because you have to do everything for your sport. It's just a messed up system. I've said this 100 times on this show. The United States puts athletics ahead of academics over and over and over again. We are kind of a dumb society that does not value education, and it is getting worse under the current administration. They do not want smart people out there. And so we prioritize this brawn over brains, and it is absolutely killed university sports.
I have to say, Baker at least is trying on that front. Maybe not succeeding on the football front, but I think he actually cares about the non-superstar basketball and football
what we
players.
call a lot of times we refer to them as like Olympic sports. Like a lot of times those athletes, again, because they're not money sports, so those are, I think, a little more flexible. I think they're not as like, there's not you're not worried about what time your game is. Like a football player now, they have college football games on like Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Like it's all over the place, where it's just not the same if you're a swimmer, diver, track and field, arch. I don't think there's archery in college. I don't know why I said archery.
I think there may be. We're talking to Trenni Casey.
So people may remember just a year ago, there were 6 members of the Boston Skating Club that were killed in a plane crash. And our colleague, Craig Lamolle, went out and did a great story interviewing some of the people that are the Olympians that are going. And one of them is the son of the mother and father coach team that were killed in that plane crash. So here, we're going to play a little sound. Here's that Olympic skater, an Olympic skater and commentator, Ashley Wagner, speaking to BPR last March about Max Nemoff's tribute performance for the skaters killed in that D.C. plane crash. It was just 2 months after the tragedy.
And it was something that he truly did not owe to anyone. He did not have to perform. He did not have to show up in this way. But for Max, you could tell how important it was for him to be there and to honor the memory of his parents. And I mean, I have chills. This performance was just so heartbreaking, but at the same time, so important for the skating community and Max to have.
And now he's going to the Olympics.
He's going to the Olympics. And so he took bronze in the U.S. Nationals, which took place, I think, just a week or two ago in St. Louis. And it was his dream. It was what his parents, who'd coached him since he was, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe his parents are Russian immigrants.
I think that's true.
And were, a huge part of the Boston Skating Club community. And could you imagine losing your parents less than a year ago and then training to make an Olympic Games? Like the amount of mental and physical stamina it takes just to do that under normal circumstances, but then to add on top of that the grief of losing your parents, of losing friends, of losing teammates. And a lot of those some of the skaters were there and just took different flights back, like that level of guilt and I'm sure survivor's guilt for some of these people. Max talks a lot about how when he's on the ice, it allows him to not, for that small amount of time, it allows him to focus on something else and honor his family. I am so hopeful that he can shock the world and if he could make the podium in Milan Cortina. The opening ceremonies are February 6th, but I believe
February 6th.
February 6th.
2 weeks.
I leave 2 weeks. I leave a week from Sunday? I leave a week from Sunday.
Explain what you're going to be doing during the Olympics.
So I hope after the markets close, Monday through Friday on CNBC, you'll be able to see me hosting a curling. It'll be like a curling wrap-up show and analysis, which is great because people love curling during the Olympics.
So do I.
And then on the weekends, I'll also be actually just email my producer to ask what my time slot is on the weekends. But on the weekends, we'll have live curling and live hockey. So I'll be kind of like in and out hosting again. So I'll be hosting my first 4 Olympics I worked. I was always like in country country, which is kind of a bummer this year because the curling center is in Cortina, which is like in the mountains. It's like beautiful. I will be in Stamford, Connecticut, which is also beautiful. I like to think of it as the Cortina of Connecticut.
A lot of people feel that way.
Yes, but it's cool. It's really fun for me that after so many years of being a field reporter, that they now move me to the studio. It's definitely like
By the
a
way,
better
we should say
gig.
you covered the gold medal.
The gold medal,
American curling.
Yeah,
team
and so do you know that John Schuster's rink lost? So it's a best of three. John Schuster is he's 5 Olympics in a row, won a gold medal in 2018. We don't need to get into all the specifics, but it looked like they had no chance, and then they came back and won the gold. It was like one of the most incredible sports stories I've ever covered in my entire life, and just a great group of guys. And he was gunning to go to his 6th Olympics. And he lost to an upstart, they call them rinks, that's what the teams are called in curling, an upstart rink who is going to represent, it's the best of 3 at the Olympic trials, and John Schuster lost in the 3rd and final match.
You know, to get back to the skating story for just a second, it was weird because Craig Lamolt in the story talked about how this pairs team that from Norwood, the skating club of Boston, had won their 2nd national championship in a row. They can't go because the wife couldn't get her American citizenship in time.
She's Finnish?
I think she's
I believe
Finnish.
she's
I thought, couldn't they try to expedite things when you're...
Oh, yes. And this actually, they probably, you would think a Finnish person, they would be like running to immigration and being like, oh, you're a white person, you want to be great. Let's make you a citizen.
Jamie did some research. There is United States collegiate archery. Nearly 500 athletes and 30 teams competed at USA
Hunger
Archery
Games.
Nationals in Alabama last year.
That was your sport at Camp Anabar.
No, it was riflery.
I did see that.
Anabar, not Anabar.
I did see that, Marjorie. But there is another pairs skating couple who is, I believe they also took bronze in nationals. And so rather than the first place team going to the Olympics, that other team from the Skating Club of Boston is going to represent.
Well, it's just too bad the first place team
I know, it is a bummer.
Go.
So let us know when you're doing what you're doing so we can share it with people so they can check you out, okay?
5 to 8 p.m., I can tell you that right now. Monday through Friday, although I think I'll begin on February 5th, because I think the first curling matches begin February 4th. I think our studio show, I believe, starts February 5th and runs right straight through to the end.
Congratulations. It's
Thanks,
great
guys.
you're doing it. We're really
thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Trenni
We have been
Casey.
speaking with Trenni Casey, anchor reporter for NBC Sports Boston and the Boston Public Radio contributor. Thank you so much, Trenni. Okay, coming after this, talked about New Year's resolutions, but we may have one more. What about all the phrases and words that have taken over our spoken language, like living rent-free in your brain? Apparently, this is very upsetting to Christopher Muther, who's from The Globe, who wrote this piece saying we should get rid of these phrases for 2026. We're going to open the lines to you. What words and phrases would you like to ban in 2026? I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
When candidate Donald Trump was on the campaign trail in 2024, he promised to cut American energy bills in half. The costs of gasoline and oil are down, but the cost of electricity is surging.
Our grid is very old, it's aging, and it costs a lot of money to replace and repair that aging grid infrastructure.
Grading energy promises on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Direct Federal Credit Union, a Needham-based financial institution providing loans, saving solutions, and financial wellness resources for members across every stage of life. Learn more by visiting direct.com. Direct Federal, member NCUA. And the Office of the Massachusetts State Treasurer. The Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed funds. New properties are added often. To see if you have unclaimed money, you can visit findmassmoney.gov.
Welcome back to BPR. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. Tomorrow here at 1 o'clock, Doris Kearns Goodwin and her son Joe, who's an Army veteran, will join us to talk to us and you. You can call in about mandatory national service. Governor's here on the 30th, and starting in 2 weeks, a little less, Monday the 2nd, BPR will run from 11 to 1. 1 to 2 will be the Curiosity Desk with Edgar B. Herrick III. January may be almost over, but the Boston Globe's Christopher Muther has one more resolution for us. In 2026, let's stop being annoying and expunged, overused words and hackneyed phrases and think more originally, he writes in his latest column. That means, he doesn't like these, iconic, legendary, and yes, he didn't write this, but obviously this is me, otherworldly, they are out. And the number to call is 877-301-8970. We're going to add some of our own. We do this every 4 or 5 months because we enjoy it, and you seem to too. If you find the overuse of diva kind of cringe, as Christopher says, stop using them both and come up with some new descriptive language. Maybe you got a freaking thesaurus, whatever. 877-301-8970. Before we get to your calls, we're going to be joined by the guy who wrote this piece. That would be Christopher Muther himself. Welcome to the show, Christopher. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, divas?
Thank you very much.
Well, you really have a lot of things that drive you crazy, Christopher. So why don't you tell us what you said in this piece and what's the top of your list of annoying phrases?
Well, I have to say, all of these things live rent-free in my brain.
Oh, my God, that's one.
So it really started when I was just endlessly irked by the overuse of the word iconic. It's just everything, you read through, I'm not pointing at the Globe, read through newspapers, websites, whatever. Everything's the iconic this, the iconic that. Whereas they might mean to say legendary or good, or okay, but it becomes iconic. It's just well known, but it becomes iconic. And as we all know, that's not what iconic means. According to the dictionary, it basically means that it's widely known and acknowledged, especially for distinctive excellence. And I don't think Paris Hilton falls into that category, but her forthcoming documentary, Infinite Icon, a visual memoir, says that she is an icon. So that's sort of where all of this started.
You also, before you go ahead, one of the ones you cited, every time we do this, which is 2 or 3 times a year, you included one that everybody hates at the end of the day. Why does that put you over the edge? Do you hate over the edge too, or no? Forget that. Why did you include at the end of the day? What do you not like about it?
I don't like it because it's essentially one cliche used all the time.
It is.
And it's sort of like saying a research paper saying, and in conclusion, ... And I don't feel like we need a verbal cue as to when a conversation should be ending. So I don't think we need to be saying at the end of the day. It's sort of like saying, to make a long story short, it's like, make the story short. And then you don't have to say it that way.
Just do it.
Yeah. Okay. So are a lot of people, you said in your story that people are calling an iceberg iconic. That does seem a little bizarre. Which is this iceberg that has become iconic?
It's just this giant iceberg, which was going to be losing a shelf, which all of a sudden CBS News, which this blew my mind in a bad way, said it was an iconic iceberg. And I thought, I have never heard of an iconic iceberg before. But it's all of these things, it's the whole thing of like, I'm entering my fitness era, or the whole thing like, well, hold my beer because, you think that's bad. Hold my beer.
Okay.
These sorts of things.
Christopher,
are like, yes,
I have 2 things for you before you go. Is that a fake Jell-O sundae with a fake cherry on top to your right behind you? Is that what that is?
You mean this?
Yeah. Is that what that is?
It is. It's a sculpture.
It's very nice.
I like it.
Horrible.
See right through it.
Secondly, you know what I was surprised was not in your column when you list expressions that are so overused they drive people nuts. This is really surprising. What do you think of this one? Dancing Queen, young and sweet, only 17. What do you think of that? Chris.
I don't know, Jim. If you change your mind, I'm the first in line. Honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me, diva. You know what I'm saying?
For those who don't know, he is a huge is too. He's an iconic ABBA fan. Hey, Christopher, thanks for the inspiration. It's good to see you. We'll talk to you soon.
Great to see you guys.
Great,
See you
Chris,
later.
from you there. 877-301-8978. A word, again, we do this a few times a year. It makes us very happy. A word or a phrase that totally puts you over the edge.
Okay, we have some texts. I know the intention is good, but we need to stop saying meeting people where they are.
I feel the same way. Where else would you meet them? I mean, isn't that the point?
That's true. That's a very good point, Jim.
I'm going to meet somebody where they're not.
Haven't thought of that. Another texter wants to replace at the end of the day with when all is said and done. That's another cliche. Somebody else wants to ban Harriet Heidelman and cutting our show by an hour.
Okay, George in New Hampshire, phrase to banish, you might agree with this, President Donald Trump. How about that? Here's a good one. Jocelyn from Rhode Island, not on my bingo card. I mean, does that put you over the edge? Here's Jake from Beverly who says the same thing. I have a few phrases I'd love to never hear again. First is, I didn't have that on my bingo card. What bingo card? Do you even know how to play bingo? Why don't we all start saying this? Another is, tell me you've never, insert verb here, without telling me you've never, insert verb here. What is a phrase or word that drives you absolutely crazy?
Tools in the toolbox.
It's too much.
Yeah, that's been driving me crazy for years. I mean, and people keep using it all the time.
How about giving 100? Right?
Or reducing the price by 5,000%.
That's exactly.
That's another one. Okay, our number is 877-301-8970. Somebody says they're tired of the word affordability because they think it's a Democratic hoax.
I'm tired of the phrase that it's a Democratic hoax. Let's go to Jeffrey in Halifax. You're first on BPL. Well, you're after Christopher Muther. Hey there, Jeffrey. How are you?
I'm very well. I love this subject. I'm known as the word Nazi amongst my friends.
Oh. Yeah, so's Marjorie.
Yeah, and so the one that's gotten into my head, and I even woke up and it like thing before out of bed.
Hey, Jeffrey, you have a horrible connection. You got to just tell us the word or the phrase, not because we would love to hear your story.
The phrase is, for F's sake.
For F's sake.
Well, that is a little overused. Some of us may use it from time to time. Jeffrey, thank you. I'm sorry about the connection. Call us again soon. 877-301-8897. How about
unprecedented is huge because newscasters are saying that all the time, and that doesn't capture the it should be insane. That's what it should be.
But it's only as applied to Trump. You think unprecedented is inappropriate. It's fine.
It does not capture the dire state of the situation.
How about my bad? That's another one that totally puts me.
Yeah.
It really gives me like horrible feelings in my.
Make it stop.
Exactly what I was trying to say. Michael and Warwick, you're next on BPR. What's your phrase or word you'd like to get rid of? Hi there.
I really detest the word like.
Yeah,
Why
I
can't
use
something be something? Why is everything have to be so? Like, I went to the store and bought like milk, and then I walked like down the aisle.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I used to work with a guy, and we used to call him Mr. Simile because nothing was what it was. It was like something.
Well, don't you think? My sense, I feel the same way you do, is that people use it out of anxiety. Do you think that's true, or is it something?
I think it's an age thing. I think younger people.
I think maybe that they can't make a comparison. So they say like, because they can't think quickly enough to say, the comparison would be as if I was, or something like that.
Michael, the best part of your phone call was the emotional expression of your concern about that phrase. That was great. Michael, thank you very much for the call. How about bandwidth? I don't have the bandwidth for that.
Yeah, that's all over the place. Christopher in his story says, it is what it is.
Horrible.
I'm still waiting to find out what it is, says Christopher. And he's also against eras. He doesn't like eras, like coffee girl era, or fitness era, or villain era. He doesn't like that kind of thing.
Is that all because of Taylor Swift? Is that why that?
Unless you're Taylor Swift, he says you don't have a coffee girl era or a villain era. How about vertical integration?
I have to say I haven't used that much lately.
I'm not even sure what that is.
It means as opposed to horizontal integration. That's what
line it up on top of vertically. Is that what it is? Circle back?
Bad?
Bad. Okay. Let's go to
How about respond back to something? Do you know people who say respond back? That would drive you crazy because you're like a grammarian or whatever you were.
Well,
you made up a
that's
word.
not grammatically incorrect.
Respond back? You respond. You're something back to somebody by responding to them.
It's redundant, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Took me a while to get that.
It did.
Oh, here's a good one from Carl from New Hampshire. I'm not going to lie.
Or to tell you the truth. It's another one. Just unbelievable. As opposed to, where do you want to go?
Kathleen in Falmouth.
Hi,
Thank you for
Kathleen.
calling.
How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you.
Yeah, good.
When people ask how you're doing, and the response is always good, my father suggested splendid instead of good.
Oh, I like that.
Well, I haven't been splendid since 2015, so it's, with all due respect to your father, it's pretty hard to do that, but we hear you. Kathleen, thanks for the
You know
call.
what's really funny? When you ask people now how they are, unless they're with Trump, most people don't tell you they're good. They tell you they're getting by. They're hanging in.
Well, don't you say to people, how are you, pause, considering? Isn't that what you say to people? I do.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But usually when I see somebody, how you doing? And very seldom lately do I get the, I'm great.
I don't know if this fits into this category, so if it doesn't, feel free to chastise me. I brought this up last time we had this discussion with listeners. When someone says to you, Marty, I'll ask you this question and tell me how you'd respond. I'm going to go over to the Newsfeed Cafe. Do you want me to get you a sandwich?
No.
Well, that's fine. You know what the common refrain is? I'm good.
Oh, I'm good.
I don't remember asking you how you were.
I'm good.
Do you want a sandwich or do you not want a sandwich?
I'm good. That is true.
No is a little rude, but no is a perfect.
That says all these things all the time.
Who says that?
I'm good. That's a big
Who
one.
says it?
I'm not,
Why can't you do this? When you say,
because
are they listening to the show?
You do this to me all the time. You say, oh my God, wait till I tell you this.
Yeah.
And then you say, I'll tell you the show's over 3 hours later. So you should
Okay,
talk.
here's the deal. You tell me who that is, I'll tell you somebody else did something bad.
I'm not telling you.
What are their initials? Come on. Let's go to Steve in New Hampshire. What's the word or phrase that puts you in whatever?
I purposely use I'm good, says a texter, because I know you hate it.
No,
Jim.
it's not the texter. It's Jamie.
Is it Jamie? It's Jamie.
The texter.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, let's go to Steve in New Hampshire.
Hi, Steve.
Hi there. Just to you, but I'm really tired of.
Oh, we have another horrible connection. They're all from New Hampshire, the horrible connection. Is this the state? You know why it is? No sidewalks.
No sidewalks. No 5G up
Here's
there.
a good one. Donna on the road. How about let's put a pin in it?
Oh, God.
I don't hear that much anymore, but that is...
She's going to start carrying around pins so she can put the pins in when requested.
So, by the way, I know when I read the lead to this thing, I do use the word otherworldly far too much. Is it sloppiness that causes people to fall back on these grossly overused words and terms, or is it because they just feel that expresses what they want expressed?
I don't know. I think certain words come into they get
Common
popular
parlance?
at certain times.
What do you say? Do you say anything repeatedly?
Well, I think.
Oh, I know what you say repeatedly.
What do I say?
You say, I'm Jim Browdy. No, he's... Oh, that's not the same thing. Thank you.
No, you know what is you can tell you're a baby boomer when you use the word neat.
Yeah, I've not used the word neat in like 40 years.
I have. Well, that's the problem. I still use the word neat.
Yeah.
Kind of went out of fashion 40 years ago. So I'm dating myself. 877-301-8970. This person just texts and says, unprecedented. Let's admit all this crap of 2025 is the norm now, so it's not unprecedented anymore. Overused word, resiliency. Robert from Hudson doesn't like that.
I like the word resiliency.
You like the word
because there's certain words that are perfect descriptors, if that's the proper terminology. And I think being resilient or resiliency really, really nails it.
People seem
Puts
to
a pin
use
in it.
literally and figuratively incorrectly,
totally.
as in I literally died when I saw her.
That is a great one.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
On the ground has become overly iconic, says Stephen from Yarmouth.
Here's a good one from Anonymous, also one of my least favorite. I would ban NPR from using deep dive for a 2 to 3 minute
deep dive
report.
That really gets on people's nerves. I mean, reporters do say that a lot. We're taking a deep
How
dive.
about back in the day?
I know. I've said that a lot.
You have?
I have.
Yeah, you've
I'll
also...
try to stop.
Whatever. Okay, let's take Jay in Waltham. Hi, Jay. Hello.
Hi, Jim.
Hi.
I've got two phrases that I would really like to
Please.
see disappear.
What are they?
The first one is, instead of saying, today I learned something, people will say, well, I was today years old when I discovered something.
Wait a second.
Like, years old?
I've never heard that expression. Who uses that?
Really?
Who uses that?
A lot of it seems to be mostly people online that I run into. You know, someone will post a picture of something and go, "Oh, I was today years old when I learned that, you know, the Charles River is in Waltham."
Well, by the way, Nicole, our coworker, who's a couple of years younger than me, said young people use that term. So I guess I don't know any young people, so I wouldn't really know. What's the other one?
Occasionally cross my radar. The other one is long-time listener, first-time caller, because it makes me think of Rush Limbaugh, and honestly, I don't like to think of him at all.
Can I tell you something? I love it when people say it. And you know who used it great? You won't remember this. Remember we had the final show with Charlie Baker and a bunch of people, Governor Weld called in, Governor Healey called in. Her first words were, long-time listener, first-time caller. I loved it. Jay, I disagree with you on that one. Thank you so much for the call.
We have a few texts. A lot of reporters say deep dive, but apparently we here at GBH always say unpack.
Yeah, I can't
We
stand
unpack it. And Jeff in Andover says, I learned from 30 Rock that the expression chomping at the bit should be champing at the bit. And now it bugs me to hear
I use it
incorrectly.
incorrectly.
Yeah, I thought it was chomping at the bit too. Here's another one.
That's a horse, right? Obviously a bit like in the horse's mouth.
Yes. I thought it was chomping.
So did
like
I.
You're biting. And here's another one. Writ large.
Yeah. It's another one.
Lived experience. Is there a dead experience? Why not just experience?
Ann in Groton, welcome to the show. Hi, Ann. Hello? 3 strikes and, well, she is
Do we
gone.
have a problem with the phones, do you think?
No, they're just a couple were bad
They keep
connections
disappearing.
and whatever.
Okay.
877-301-8970. This is a good one. Lisa from West Roxbury. When ordering a coffee, when you say, what would you like? You said, I'll do something. We're not really doing something. I'm with you, Lisa, on that. Does that bother you? You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I do. Ha ha ha. Did you get it, Jim?
Yeah, I do. Not really, but no, I guess so.
You said I do something, and when I do. Okay.
Wait a second. Who wrote this, Jim? Every time you say vis-a-vis, I want to throw up. Is that one of my coworkers? Who said that?
Did you say that?
Oh, it was an anonymous texter. I don't even know do I say vis-a-vis all the time? I do? Oh, that's horrible. I'm so sorry, anonymous texter.
A lot of people are very upset with unprecedented. You know why? Because we in the media are always saying it. Everything Trump does is unprecedented, and it doesn't, like I said, capture the
essence of what he's doing
disaster.
there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
This is a good one. Drew in Providence. You have a really good one. What is it?
Okay, guys. You ready for this one?
Maybe.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah.
Drew, do you know?
I have no idea, but when it's like a stock cliche phrase that people use if they just want to have something to say at the end of a sentence. It's like
that is
being complacent with things.
That is exactly right. When I was saying, why do people do it? It's sort of like they can't rest at the end of their thought. They have to add that. What is that? Why is that? Do you have any analysis of that, Drew?
I think it's because everybody else is used, things just sort of catch on. Everyone starts to hear it, so more and more people start to use it just to sort of jump on the bandwagon. I think that's why people use all these phrases.
Hey, thank you, Drew, very much for the, it is what it is. I think it's a favorite of a lot of people, or a non-favorite of a lot of people.
Kathy in Brighton can't stand that being said. My number one pet peeve, says Joe from Rhode Island, is no problem when the correct response is you are welcome. My response is I didn't think it was going to be a problem for you.
For whatever it's worth, if you stick around at the end of our show for the is there a 2 o'clock news? There is a 2 o'clock news, right? Trump just walked in the press room where apparently he is celebrating all the great accomplishments of his first year, which obviously will take quite a period of time. So I would stick around after our show and before, there's no 2 o'clock news. There's no news at 2 o'clock. Oh, sorry. Well, stick around.
He'll still be
somewhere.
talking at 3.
What?
He'll still be talking at 3.
Here's one. David texts, how about breaking news? Why is everything breaking news? Hasn't it already broken? I think breaking news, David, when it actually is breaking, but I can criticize it because it's our favorite cable station. How many days after something happened does CNN still say breaking news.
Well, I think they have to make up some breaking news.
When
so
does it stop breaking? Really?
I don't know.
Isn't there like a statute of limitations?
I don't know. It's kind of their signature. I think their signature thing is breaking news. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Does that bother you? It bothers Paul from Marshfield.
Yeah. By the way, this crass madman is holding up images of people from Minnesota who ISIS captured. Minnesota, worst of the worst, obviously, with no respect for or mention of Renee.
We should have mentioned this. The reason they sent all these ICE people into Minnesota was because of the fraud problem in Minnesota. How are the ICE agents doing uncovering that fraud? That was the reason, to find out if daycares were running and stealing money from the government, and find other organizations were stealing from the government. They're not doing that at all.
No, they're not at all. By the way, this is a great one. I say by the way all the time. That is the worst. Anonymous texter, few things are worse than, and this is not a bad word, it's a mispronounced word, supposedly. I mean, does that not...
Supposedly?
That's what
with a BLY?
A ton of people say that.
I didn't know that.
Instead of supposedly. Well, you know what another one is? Just reminded me. For all intensive purposes is what people say.
Oh, intensive end purposes.
Yeah. I'm really getting angry.
Intensive purposes. Well, there's a lot of people, the words people say wrong. Irregardless.
Sort of like Michael Jackson, the child is not my son.
The child is not my son.
Exactly. It's not really that at all.
I literally hate the use of literally, says Kristen from Fall River.
Because it's rarely literally, as you said a couple of minutes ago.
My pet peeves, Jim loves to say not to mention, and then he mentions the unmentionable.
I do?
I really think he means particularly. I also dislike whether or not, when weather is sufficient. Finally, GBH refers to recurring contributions and pledge drives as reoccurring. Do we do that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that again?
I don't know.
What's wrong with reoccurring? They occur again. Is that improper use of the language or what?
I guess so. Why don't you look it up? I don't know.
By the way, this is, Jamie's right. The not to mention, the one I do it the most, I say, you're not supposed to talk about Woody Allen anymore, and then I talk about Woody Allen for about 8 minutes. That I hadn't thought of that. That is one of my worst attributes, especially considering who he is. Tony in Worcester, you are next here on the, whatever it is, BPR.
All these people are assuming that we have been cut here. We haven't been cut. We asked.
We asked management to move us to 2 hours so we could have a little bit of a life and to make room for new talent like Edgar.
That's right.
Well, he's not new. He's been here, but his own show.
And the other thing is, Jim really loves restaurants, and he wants to be able to go to lunch.
By the way, that is, you mock me. Is that not of some significance? You can't eat lunch at 2:30. You can't eat lunch at 1:30. Is that not? That's
true.
A quality of life issue.
It's true. Okay.
Okay, Tony.
Triggered. People don't like
Tony
triggered.
in Worcester, you're next. Hello there, Tony.
Hi.
Hi.
Going forward, it's like a pseudo apology.
That actually is a really good way to describe it. That's right.
Yeah, that's a
Tony,
good one.
thanks for your call. This is the best one, and this is totally a New England thing because I never heard it till I moved here, 40 years ago. Not for nothing.
Not for nothing.
Is that, like, as an anonymous texter, what does that even mean?
Well, I don't know. A lot of things are doing the opposite. Connie from South Natick says, I have a friend who always says not to change the subject and promptly changes the subject.
I got one for you. How about irregardless?
I just said that.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Where was I for that?
I don't know, Jim.
I think I was out.
You were thinking about your lunch.
I was. Speaking of lunch, joining us, what?
Oh, yeah.
Jared,
we are. Okay,
the show's sort of over.
I forgot.
Thank you for your brilliant additions to the list. Now, Jared,
low-hanging fruit.
That's a great one.
That's another great one.
That is a great one.
Yeah, low-hanging.
Jared, do you have a phrase that drives you nuts?
Journey.
Well, that is a good one.
Journey.
That
Everybody's
is really,
on a journey.
I'm on my journey.
I'm on my journey.
That's a really good one. And the way you say it is even better.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Where have we come from? That is the eternal question.
Well, what's a great line?
What's
the name of that move?
What move?
I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I've been. I'll say no more. That was Vincent Gardenia in
Moonstruck, one of the great movies of all time.
When he walks home and what's her name? What was Dukakis' first name?
Oh, Olivia.
Olympia Dukakis, his wife is waiting in the kitchen.
Before I made a mistake, too, I said Hiroshima when I meant Iwo Jima.
I wasn't listening.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, it was close enough.
It's recurring, not reoccurring.
What is it?
Recurring.
Yeah.
You're right about
People
that.
were complaining are saying that at Pledge.
I didn't realize we were doing
Marjorie's
that.
the only one that says that. I've never said that.
I'm the only one.
I've never said that. I never will. Never have.
That's right.
Not talking about it.
But that was a good one, Jared. Okay, what are you doing on your show?
Well, our journey on the culture show today Actually, this is so funny. It's actually about a journey, now that I think about it.
There you go.
It's Paul Salopek, who has been engaged in his Out of Eden walk for years. He has been tracing ancient migration routes of early humans, walking all over the planet, literally walking, not except for water, of course. He has to take a boat. But so now he's arrived in North America, so we'll talk to him about coming home and walking for a real journry.
He's walking around the world?
Around the world, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary.
I have trouble getting in my car. Go ahead.
And this is a great story, too. Pete Wells, the New York Times chief restaurant critic, he stepped down last year because he went to the doctor and was told that it was hazardous to his health, all the eating he was doing. He's still with the New York Times as a reporter. He has a new series called Reset Your Appetites. We'll learn about healthy eating habits. And then we'll talk about Winteractive back in Downtown Crossing, the public art installation.
We'll be listening. Jared, by the way, thank you, and we'll be listening to your show. We really have to spend a few minutes in the next 2 weeks talking about the move to 2 hours.
Yes.
Here's an anonymous texter. No, it was cost-cutting. No, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be a whole new show from 1 to 2, Edgar's show. We asked, and management was kind enough to say yes. And now there's a new show, so you'll hear a new voice. Well, you know Edgar, but you don't know him for an hour. It was really, this is really going to get me in a bad mood.
I've been working with you for 26 years.
Yeah. Enough.
You need a little
Enough. No, that is probably the best. That may be the best.
Okay.
Even though we are iconic.
We
really
and
are.
We're on a journey.
We are.
We're on a journey to an
hell.
hour less is what we're on a journey to.
That's good.
60, not jury, journey. Anyway, thank you for listening to another edition of Boston Public Radio. Thanks to everybody who came down to see the show.
Thank you
at
all.
Boston Public Radio. You can keep up with us 24/7 way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tomorrow, we are back here with the Culture Show's Jared Bowen, Harvard National Security expert Juliet Kayyem, and a special Wednesday live music session with Juliana Hatfield, plus a conversation about mandatory service with the great presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin and her veteran son, Joe Kearns Goodwin. We want to thank our crew, Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, our engineer, John the Claw Parker, our executive producer, Jamie Bologna. Special thanks to our BPL staff, Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Sandra Lopez Burke, Olivia Corsia, Juan Jose Cadena, our host at the Newsfeed Cafe and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Stay tuned to The Culture Show with Jared Bowen, starting immediately after us on 89.7 GBH. I am Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Browdy.
Thanks again for tuning in today. Hope you can tune in again tomorrow and have a great afternoon.
Bye.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Bonsai Bar, hosting pop-up beginner bonsai workshops at breweries across New England. Hands-on classes provide guidance in the basics of bonsai design and care in a group setting. More at bonsaibar.com. Henry Louis Gates Jr. explores the Caribbean roots of actors Liza Colon-Zayas and Delroy Lindo, meeting ancestors who took enormous risks. Watch Finding Your Roots tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, journalist and explorer Paul Salopek. More than a decade ago, he set out on foot to retrace the ancient migration routes of early humans across continents, borders, and cultures, one step at a time. That journey, the Out of Eden walk, is now in a homecoming of sorts. He's returned to North America for the first time in 13 years. Salopek joins us to reflect on what the world looks like when it's no longer speeding by. Then the occupational hazards of writing restaurant reviews. For more than a decade, Pete Wells was the New York Times chief restaurant critic, the writer whose words could crown a new hotspot or send a chef reaching for antacids. But last year, he resigned from the role after an appointment with his doctor forced him to reckon with the perils of professional eating and learning it was indeed hazardous to his health. Today, he's still writing for The Times, now as a food reporter. He joined us about his new healthy eating series and how the practices he's adopted have resulted in a 60-pound weight loss. And Winteractive is back. The free, sprawling public art installation turns downtown Boston into an outdoor museum for 3 months, featuring attention-grabbing and interactive works largely imported from Canada, where they definitely know how to counter the cold with fun. That's all right now on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. 13 years ago, journalist Paul Salopek walked out of a valley in East Africa with a backpack, a notebook, and a plan to follow on foot some of the migration paths early humans once traveled. He calls it the Out of Eden Walk. Every 100 miles, he stops and asks the first person he meets 3 questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Along the way, he's spoken with nomads charging their phones at a makeshift electronic oasis in Ethiopia, the caretaker of Stalin's underground printing press in Tbilisi, and potato farmers in western China. The route runs roughly 24,000 miles from East Africa to Tierra del Fuego, where Salopek set out on foot. He expected the journey to take about 7 years. Progress comes slowly. Some days he walks 10 miles, other days he barely moves at all, delayed by borders, visas, weather, or war. More than a decade later, the walk is still underway. After crossing Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific, Salopek has returned to North America for the first time in more than a decade. He's hunkering down in Alaska for the winter before continuing south through the Americas. Paul Salopek is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and National Geographic explorer. Welcome to The Culture Show. It is a privilege to have you here. Thank you.
Good to be here.
Well, tell me about how you describe, now that you have been doing this for these many years, what this walk has come to mean to you.
Well, as you know, it's been so long. It's just a project like this just turns into your life. And so for me, it's been this ongoing adventure that is probably even more internal than external, right? I do walk across mountains and deserts and borders and whatnot, and have the great privilege of doing so. It's a rare thing to do all this on foot. But it's even more rewarding to be able to, I'm a journalist and I'm primarily a reporter. I do take photos and video, but to be able to kind of focus on words and to think before writing, just as it's great to think before speaking. And my hope is the kind of genre of journalism that's coming out of this, which I call slow journalism, might connect some dots across borders, languages, cultures, to show sort of a bit how the dilemmas that we all face as individuals are probably shared across the world to a large degree. And so I see this as a great project about connectivity, through storytelling.
I feel like all of the questions I'm about to ask you are just so expansive for the number of people you've met, the number of places you've been, and how long this has been going on. But to what extent have your own assumptions been upended as you have met people and traveled through so many different cultures throughout this journey so far?
I've got to remind my readers, it's a great question, and I'll get right to it, but I have to throw in a caveat at the beginning, is that I was 50 when I started this walk, and I'd been doing years and years of foreign corresponding. And I also was born in the United States, but grew up in Latin America. So basically, you're talking to a person who is pretty, transcultural, pretty much since I was a kid. So in a strange way, this might sound odd, but it was less kind of having a quote unquote normal job and then having an epiphany and getting up and leaving the cubicle behind to go walk the earth, and more an extension of a process of investigation that I've been doing my whole life, not just through my journalism, but probably since I was a kid, which is immersing myself in places and among communities that weren't my birth communities, and kind of being fascinated by that, and having, again, the great privilege of exercising my curiosity to explore that. So coming back to kind of the short answer is, it's basically refined a deeper understanding of just how whatever you and I do in our lives does have ripples and does impact other people. That sounds banal. It might sound pie in the sky. It might sound a bit mystic. But in today's world, it's absolutely true. It's, it's very difficult to tease out whether they're on opposite continents or right up next to each other. We do influence each other.
Yes, I'm very curious about that. For an example, how do you see the ripples?
Demand, it could be anything from economics, where demand for something in a faraway place suddenly changes the world around you. Something that comes to mind, gigantic markets like China. I was walking through Central Asia, and I was in the market for a donkey to kind of help carry some of my food and water, right? And this is kind of a 19th century anecdote, but basically I couldn't find one. And I started asking around, and this was in the country of Kyrgyzstan. And I soon discovered that there were no donkeys around anymore. And not just because the society, this economy was becoming industrialized, but because there was this kind of flash remedy in China that predicated itself on like skin creams made out of donkey hide, right? So Chinese traders were coming and buying up all the donkeys in Central Asia and in Africa. And to me, I mean, this is not a story that would get reported by the New York Times maybe often or not be front page, but these kind of subterranean stories about how what seems like a tiny trend or ripple somewhere causes big, big waves elsewhere. That's just one example. Yeah.
How easy is it to converse with people when you come upon them? How quickly do you find a common ground, or how quickly are they to open up to you to answer your questions, the stranger they have met?
It really depends. It's hard to generalize. It depends on kind of the context. If you're in a community that's been traumatized by violence, by mass violence, by war, or what have you, it might be a bit difficult to kind of overcome a sense of suspicion and wariness, which is natural. But what I tell my readers, and I speak to a lot of students too, is that in my experience, even before this walk, but let's just keep it limited to the Out of Eden walk, the last 13 years of walking across the earth, I'm talking to you right now because most of the world isn't traumatized in a kind of an overt, stereotypical way that we see in the media. There's no, bombs going off everywhere, although it seems like it's getting worse, right? There's been a lot of stuff in the media, and I'm feeling that too. But basically, the last 13 years have driven home the point, Gerald, that most of the world is at peace. And most of the world is kind of, people are going through their daily lives just trying to make ends meet, trying to put their kids through school, trying to get a better job, just expressing their dislike of the boss, right? Everybody hates the boss, or telling me that, that they're not loved enough, and these are the commonalities that I think go across, language, culture, ideology, what have you. And as long as kind of basic needs are being met, getting access to that inner life, having these conversations is not terribly difficult. You just have to listen. You have to really listen and be very curious. That's the key. Because I think you and I, anybody that we know, people can tell if you're not listening closely. Everybody has this bullshit meter built into them, right? And if you just listen carefully, if you're genuinely curious, it's amazing how deep these conversations can get in a really short time. And that is kind of the grist for my storytelling mill. I'll add one last thing about being a stranger. By being an old white dude, right? My phenotype gives me enormous unearned privilege. and it sets me apart. But in some instances, it actually is an advantage because people feel that they can unburden themselves to a stranger, especially somebody who looks as alien as I do, because their secrets are carried safely away, right? And so I can't tell you how many times over and over, perfect strangers, after just a few minutes, will tell me the most remarkable things about their inner life because they have nobody else to share it with in their village, right? And so that also is a huge privilege. It's also an enormous responsibility to be able to honor those stories in a way that, doesn't prejudice the person that shared them with you.
Going back to something you just said, I was quite struck by the universality of something like hating your boss, for instance. Because of the length of your walk, you have seen the rise of social media the world over, and I'm wondering if you've been able to track the rise of social media with how flat the world has become so that there are more common experiences because of the sharing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a great question, and it's so complicated, and I don't have a concise answer. I can tell you that social media is now almost universal. I know that in kind of developed economies like the North American economy or Europe, there's great concern about having children on screens so young. But look, I'm walking through India, the people who I thought were most addicted were old folks. The old Baba who's sitting under the tree in his community who just won't take his gaze away because he has no immunity. He's like, kids have some immunity they can build up, but this old dude, he won't even look at you when he's talking. He is like totally addicted to it. Does his social media experience kind of send those ripples that we've been talking about or receive ripples? Is he following social media that would have memes or what have you from like Uruguay or Romania? Probably not too likely. He's following India's social media ecosphere, right? The same way the Chinese is even more closed, right? Because of the firewall around their social media. So the paradox of social media is what's been noted from the beginning about this technology is that it does level the playing field and there are avenues of commonality. And you can watch TikTok in any language. And a lot of people diss TikTok, right? Journalists, long-form journalists like myself tend to look down their nose, 10 seconds, short attention spans, but it shares joy, and it shares joy across language. That kind of stuff is pretty cool, but it also silos people. So kind of the social media app, menu that you're consuming might in strange ways be as isolating as the language that you're locked into, right? In the early 21st century, it's complicated. Yeah.
I'm speaking with Paul Salopek, a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and National Geographic explorer. Of course, we're talking about his walk. You mentioned at the onset of this conversation slow journalism, and of course, you're doing this on foot. What is the significance of doing this on foot?
I had been, from my journalism career, a conventional foreign correspondent, and that was fantastic. And again, an enormously lucky to be able to have that job where I would go to hotspots or I would develop an idea for, a deep story. I was based on sub-Saharan Africa for 9 years, but I also covered the Iraq War. I covered Afghanistan. So I would go to kind of places where the news was, right? A light is blinking on a panel somewhere and an editor calls you at 3:30 in the morning and says, Paul, get your go bag, man. Head off to whatever, an election in Nigeria, or, an eruption of a border war between Ethiopia and Eritrea. That was amazing as a life experience, and that I still carry that within me. But what I started to wonder, especially as I got older, is, how much am I, even my work, which is quite long and in-depth, even I had worked for a wonderful newspaper, the Chicago Tribune, with great editors who allowed me to bore in, saying, what are the 10 issues that Africans are concerned about? This year, right? And write about those. Even with that, I thought every time I got onto a plane, I was flying over millions of stories that were not being looked at or focused on. It doesn't mean that they weren't important. It's just that they weren't flashing on some emergency light, billboard somewhere in newsrooms around the world. And so I decided to kind of get off the plane, get off the rent-a-car at the airport and walk through stories for two reasons. One is my background is science. I have no education formally in journalism. I'm a biologist by training, and I'd studied, genetics and whatnot. And I was fascinated with human origins and the study of human migrations, human dispersals. So I thought, what can I do next after covering the world and kind of seeing countries fall apart, seeing countries pull themselves back together, writing about it, hopefully thoughtfully, and mainstream media. What's next? What can be kind of new and better? And I thought, okay, let me slow down and walk through these headlines and actually spend time with the people who inhabit these headlines long enough to get to know the nuance, to get under the surface of them, the cellophane surface that we have kind of coating our laptop screens, and kind of tell the human stories that undergird all these huge changes happening in the world, whether it's the climate crisis, whether it's conflict, whether it's cultural, preservation, whether it's, economic collapse, what have you, to try to capture the complexity of it. To do that, I think the secret ingredient that this project gives me, and I'm very blessed by this, is time. When you go out and you walk across a landscape at 5 kilometers an hour or 3 miles an hour, you are forced by the mechanics of your body to slow down, to listen, to watch, and to learn, including languages, right? And so it is kind of this anthropological approach, this immersive approach to the news, and a bit of a pilgrimage too, right? In terms of kind of me trying to understand and put together meaning among all this kind of a blizzard of factoids that pours out of these machines that I'm talking to you on, right? So kind of a hinge point in my decision to go lay a past life aside and embrace a journey on foot is I think I have enough information, always could be more, but I think I have so much information pouring out of my ears from the information age technology that what I'm missing at least is meaning. Where is the meaning that connects this information? What is the bigger picture that emerges from all these fractals of factoids and whatnot, and a lot of disinformation? Slowing down to walking pace, walking through megacities, walking through gigantic solar farms that are the size of counties that have no human beings in them. It's kind of a post-human landscape because robots maintain these solar panels. I'm talking about Western China. To walking through villages where you might be living in a pre-industrial economy where there's this system of knowledge that is thousands of years old. To do this diversity of human experience justice, time is required, right? And so I have this paradigm shift from flying into a capital city, hooking up with a local colleague who's going to do my interpretation and kind of help me out, these people who rarely get named in our stories, right? And hire a car and go to a village and maybe spend a week. No, I'll walk through these villages one after another and see the gradations of change in a story and see how an environmental story is actually connected to a story about war, or how a story about public health is in fact connected to a story about education. These kind of tidy little squares and boundaries that the media puts around stories, these labels, environmental story, health story, politics, are highly artificial because life doesn't have these boundaries around it. Walking reveals that.
Well, and of course, everything that you just talked about will apply to North America because of your open mind, but do you expect that there will be a profound difference as you've come home, as it were, and begin walking across North America?
Yeah, I mean, think about this. Put yourself in my boots. I've been away since December of 2012. I've never come back to the States. And so I'm kind of in a bit of a time bubble. The comparison I've used is Rumpelstiltskin or, Gulliver, right? And I've joked that, when Gulliver went back to England after spending so long in Lilliput, he felt so disconnected from his countrymen that he ended up just talking to his horse. And so, I don't know if I'll resort to that. But still, I do think there's going to be a difference. I'll be bringing this kind of a multicultural experience with me along the trail, this memory. But I'm walking into a landscape of memory too, right? Because I was born in California. And I think the U.S. has changed quite dramatically since I left, right? When I left, it was the beginning of the second Obama administration. It seems like the Paleolithic. And there are things happening in the U.S. that me watching from afar, I mean, reading about my own country through the prism of international media from Africa, from the Middle East, from Central Asia for years, has been a really fascinating experience because I covered the kind of things, you can't compare two countries exactly, but things like, the stresses on democracies, the rise of disinformation technologies, all this stuff in other geographies of the world seem to be happening now in my home country. So it's going to be an amazing and probably startling, reimmersion in this culture.
I would imagine. So, final question. We only have about a minute left, but we're a very materialistic society. I am so curious what you would describe as what you fundamentally need to have with you as you're on this journey.
Well, Gerald, that's one of the first things I noticed stepping in the U.S., and this is a banal observation, is how much branding is in Americans' brains. Go walking through a store and you're not buying coffee, you're buying some brand of coffee, right? And that to me, I'm just kind of saying, wow, this is kind of, I've been out of practice. I don't have this. To me, coffee's coffee, even if there are 41 different brands. But I think, in my case, I've always been, for better, for worse, a bit ascetic. So, I can get by with very little, thankfully. And I think that has helped me do this project, right? I think it would be difficult if my need thresholds for material things was higher. This might be a little more troubling. But I can get by wearing the same clothes and the same shoes. I really don't care about branding. People ask me what kind of shoes I wear. I have a favorite kind of shoes. I can rarely get them, so I wear whatever is local, in a market. I carry a rucksack made out of canvas that has a laptop in it, has a change of clothes, it has some electronics in it. It's my my nomadic office. It's got a medical kit, water bottle. If I'm walking through monsoon weather, it's got an umbrella. That's about it. Yeah.
Well, Paul Salopek, this has been extraordinary to speak with you. I look forward. Hopefully, we can check in again as this progresses from time to time. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Gerald. It's always a pleasure to share the story.
Paul Salopek is a 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and National Geographic explorer. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Pete Wells, the former New York Times chief restaurant critic, has changed his eating habits after his job became hazardous to his health. He shares his insights by way of his month-long series, Reset Your Appetite. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Real talk, exciting guests, and your calls. That's what makes BPR.
We talk about the stories shaping our country and community, from your neighborhood to Washington.
With humor, curiosity, and debate, Jim.
Real stories, real people, and the kind of conversation you won't hear anywhere else.
Nowhere else puts this on the radio.
Join us for BPR weekdays at 11 here on GBH 89.7 or watch on the GBH News YouTube channel.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living residence with a tradition of service, working with Cambridge area seniors for more than 130 years. You can learn more at thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And American Repertory Theater with Wonder, a new musical for the whole family based on the best-selling book and beloved movie. The Wall Street Journal calls it heartfelt and uplifting. Tickets at amrep.org. And Subaru of New England. The all-wheel drive 2025 Subaru Crosstrek is designed for New England terrain. Subaru retailer locations at subaruofnewengland.com.
For that next birthday, holiday, or special occasion, you can give a standout gift. A GBH membership. Thousands of hours of your favorite PBS shows, event deals, and local business discounts. Learn more at gbh.org/gift membership.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show on 89.7 GBH and streaming live on the GBH News YouTube channel. For 12 years, Pete Wells was the New York Times chief restaurant critic, eating his way through New York with the burden of doing it, as he said, right. That meant visiting restaurants and tasting a broad sweep of the menu, starters, mains, desserts, and drinks, then returning subsequent nights to test and taste for consistency. But last summer, Wells announced he was stepping away from the critic's job after a medical checkup forced him to reconcile the physical toll that professional eating was having on his health. He's still on the food desk, now reporting on and writing about food more broadly. He recently unveiled his month-long series, Reset Your Appetite, about how healthy eating habits that we can all benefit from dramatically improved his health. The series appears Mondays in January. Pete Wells joins us to talk about it all. Welcome to The Culture Show. It's great to have you here.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be here.
I am so struck by this, what you have done, the candor about your job, and then how you've taken us forward. But I'm sure you have fallen to criticism. How could you possibly be complaining about being the restaurant critic? Because I think people don't necessarily understand your job. Even I didn't. I was thinking this morning, we're used to sommeliers or wine testers, swirling and then spinning. You don't have that luxury. Can you talk us through how you did the job?
No, it's not really socially acceptable to spit your food out in restaurants. I've been in those wine tastings where everyone has a little spit bucket and you sort of just really turn your head, but no, not in restaurants. Whatever you eat ends up inside you. So if you were trying to be careful and moderate, you would really kind of control how much you took and take a bite and then really think about whether you needed a second bite. I did not do that. I would just keep, I never felt like I needed to finish my plate. I'm not that kind of person, but I did feel like I needed to keep tasting whatever was in front of me until I got it, until I felt like I knew what that dish was and how it was made and what made it great or what made it not great, and I could sort of lock it away in my brain so I could write about it later. And that multiplied over appetizers, main courses, desserts, sometimes snacks and in-betweeny things, and shared vegetable plates and shared meat plates. It really added up.
And how many nights a week were you out?
In general, about 5, sometimes a little more, but that was a good average. Right toward the end, when I finally saw a doctor, I was going out almost every day and often like twice a day, because I was working on a big list of what I thought were the 100 great restaurants in New York. So I really, really went into overdrive for that. So I think when I finally got kind of pulled over for speeding, I had really just like gone to the max,
Well, as I understand it from what you've written, you were kind of avoiding the traffic cop, as it were, your doctor. You hadn't had a physical in a while. So what happened when you finally did see the doctor?
Well, kind of every number that he looked at, from weight, blood pressure, and then the blood work of cholesterol and other stuff, every number was kind of in the red zone. Like literally, they send you your lab test, and there is like a green, yellow, and a red zone, and I was in the red zone all over the place. And particularly concerning to me were, the blood sugar counts, because I was pre-diabetic, and that just seemed like it would be better to reverse that now, because it can be quite hard to reverse later on. So that's kind of what focused my mind and scared me into doing something, starting with telling my bosses I couldn't do the job anymore.
Well, this is huge. I think a lot of people who are in a position of prestige or a job that they otherwise really enjoy, despite how you're beginning to feel with the job, it is hard to walk away from something like that. How hard was this to walk away from?
Once I decided to do it, it was not all that difficult, but it was very hard to get to that point. It was really very hard to get to that decision. And I had been I was in the job for 12 years, which is longer than anyone else ever has done it at the Times. And every year I would think, oh, should I keep doing this? Maybe I would never want to stop doing it. Every time I thought about that, I immediately decided, no, I'm actually getting better, right? I'm learning more. I know the food of New York City better than any time in my past, and probably better than almost anybody in the city. I'm just getting better. I'll just keep doing it and doing it and doing it, and I'll get better and better and better. That kind of, sort of nuttiness about the whole thing set in, where I just thought, like, no, the longevity has actually become my greatest asset, until I had to think about what it was doing to me, and then at that point, it wasn't so hard to take a breath and take a step back and say, like, no, this job is not, I'm not the job. We're not, we're separate things. The job's over here and I'm right here, and we need to take a little time apart, as they say.
Well, and as we've made clear, you're still writing, just not as the restaurant critic anymore, but you are writing about your own experience and your discoveries in terms of healthy eating. So to take a step forward, after you're not eating out all the time and these really decadent restaurant meals, you've lost an extraordinary amount of weight. Take us through, in a general sense, before you have tips that you've been writing about or awarenesses that you've been writing about, what you did to bring your body back.
Well, the first thing, which I knew was going to help, was the reason I had to leave that old job, was just not eating in restaurants. I mean, it's a wonderful way of eating, but not every night. I mean, very few people can do it every night. The people who do eat out every night will kind of use the restaurant the way they'll use their home. They will maybe have a soup one night, and that's all they want. They get to the point where they can even walk into a fancy French restaurant and say, I'm just in the mood for an omelet. Could you make me an omelet? And you can be a regular, an every night regular that way. But if you go in every single night the way I used to, and you think you are going to take down half the menu, it's going to be a problem. So just by eating at home, I eliminated a lot of the extra calories, extra everything, and then I just took the opportunity to think about what I ate and how I cooked, and what would be better for me, and what would kind of get me where I wanted to go, and so I just overhauled the whole like what was in my refrigerator and all of it. I just became like a lot of people who go through this. I became a quasi-semi, sometimes vegetarian, occasional vegan. I just found that I've always liked vegetables, and I like them more and more as time goes on, and they were kind of the least problematic foods that I could keep in my house on a regular basis. Like I'm not afraid of pork. I've certainly eaten a lot, an enormous amount of meat over the years. I love it, but the sort of the safety zone for me really seemed to go down the beans and the legumes aisle, and then the vegetable aisle,
So you set up, and you've written about this. By the way, if people are just tuning in, I'm speaking with Pete Wells, who was the New York Times chief restaurant critic for 12 years. He continues to write and report for the Times Food Desk, and we're talking now about his new month-long series called Reset Your Appetite. You wrote about this in structuring your home so that it's easier to eat correctly. And we know what the struggle for weight loss and diets can be for anyone. How have you found it to live according to these new means, the shopping you're doing, just setting up your pantry and your refrigerator the way you do?
I mean, it really is true that if I bring, let's call it a treat, although I kind of hate that term, but like if I bring, let's just call it what it is. But if I bring something really sugary into the house, I will eat it, and I will often eat it a lot faster and a lot sooner than I meant to. So if, let's say I have a bag of cookies that I'm thinking, well, this could last me 2 weeks. It might not last me 2 hours. I mean, I can just go nuts because they're not satisfying. One cookie is great, but it's also like you're nowhere near full. So obviously you need another cookie, and then you start thinking about how great it is. You have a third. So those things I rarely bring into the house now, and it just started me thinking about, well, what do I really enjoy? Like what do I love dried dates. I think they're amazing. They are full of sugar, right? But they're like little sugar bombs. But they also contain all that fruit fiber, and I will not go through a pound of dates in an hour the way I could with a pound of brownies or a pound of cookies. I'll have a couple and I start to feel full. So a lot of stuff that I bought and buy now, fill the house with, is along those lines. What will make me feel like I've actually had a snack. It hasn't just all been burned off. Somebody wrote to me today something about like how very high carb foods really high in sugar and white flour. So your body burns them off like a piece of newspaper. The flame goes through it. It burns really hot, and then it's gone, and it's just there's nothing left, just ashes. So I try to look for things that will have more of a slow burn.
Well, speaking of slow, you have written about something which I also just find really fascinating. We hear mindfulness in many regards, but you have written about this month mindful eating and the raisin meditation. What is this?
Yeah, I was fascinated by that. So this is the raisin meditation. It's a mindfulness exercise where you eat a single raisin very slowly, very deliberately, and sort of slow yourself down at every step to notice everything about the raisin. Before you put it in your mouth, you stare at it and turn it around and look at its surface. Before you put it in your mouth, you smell it, which normally you wouldn't do. Oh, the aroma of this wonderful raisin, but you stop and you smell it. Then it goes in your mouth and you just feel it, roll it around, just feel its texture in your mouth. And only after you've done all these things do you bite it. And then you just take a single bite to see how that's changed the way the raisin tastes and feels in your mouth. And eventually you're going to chew it and swallow it. But on the road to doing that, you're trying to observe everything you can about this raisin. And the part of the point of this is to remind yourself that we have all of these senses that we don't always use when we're eating, and sometimes we just tune everything out and kind of shovel food into our mouths while we're watching TV or working at our desk, and we've tuned out all of this information that's coming into us from the food in front of us. And so this is an exercise that helps you get in touch with that again, and in doing that, you start to get in touch with how much do I desire this raisin or this sandwich? What parts of me desire it, and when am I full? When do I feel satisfied by this experience, by this thing that I've eaten, which is really easy to lose sight of when you're distracted, when you're working, when you're looking at your phone. It's very easy to just forget that the point of eating is to feel satisfied.
I think you point out that somebody else called it, make sure you don't eat not al fresco, but al desco. You don't want to be distracted.
Yeah, no, it's so common and even sort of and And there are, all of these restaurants, particularly, in downtowns, all these restaurants are sort of focused on, here's a plastic box of food you can take back to your desk and eat while you answer emails or whatever. There's no place to sit down in these restaurants. It's just assume that you're going to take it to your desk and consume it there while you're doing something else.
Well, tell us what has happened now. As we mentioned, you made this very significant choice to step down as the restaurant critic for the New York Times. What has changed in your body since you stopped doing that and paid more attention to the healthy eating habits?
Well, I mean, the blood pressure is down. All those numbers that were in the red zone, they're now yellow or green, and we're okay with it. But I think that the main thing that has changed is that I now kind of eat for a sense of well-being, which is, I don't think I would even have understood that concept a couple of years ago, but I now eat so that I'll feel good. I'll feel not just in the long term. I sort of eat with thinking about my, my general condition and my next physical, but even for the next hour or two, I eat stuff that doesn't give you kind of a food hangover. That doesn't, there are certain, I could eat a bag of chips really, really happily, but I'm not going to feel great once I've done that. I could eat that bag of cookies. It's not going to be a satisfying experience. It'll be awesome for 5 minutes and not good for the next hour. So now I try to eat things that I know are going to make me feel all right for a little while. And I sort of exist in that zone as much as I can. And it's much more satisfying than it probably sounds.
And how do you, because of course we all love the restaurant industry, we embrace the restaurant industry and all of the wonderful chefs among us, how do you use restaurants now?
Oh, I'm really working on this. I mean, I have not figured it out. First of all, I used to go in and order half the menu, and then I'd go in a week later and order the other half of the menu. So I don't need to do that. If I could get away with it, I would probably just order one thing because that's kind of all I need. But they always want you to eat a little more and pay for a little more. So, but I really try to sort of not have this sense of scarcity and panic when I go into a restaurant. So I don't have to eat everything today. I could come back in a week and get 5 more things or 2 more things or 1 more thing. I don't feel that every meal is going to be my last. I don't know how many people eat. I don't know if you eat this way when you go to restaurants, but boy, my old mode was I just have to try it all, and it's you don't need to try it all.
Well, I love your whole thread here is just about slowing down and knowing that we can slow down, we can return, we can be selective, we can think about what we're eating and enjoy it more when we're all together in those occasions. It's what you've done is very, very inspiring. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, well, thank you.
Pete Wells was the New York Times chief restaurant critic for 12 years. He continues to write and report for the Times Food Desk. His new month-long series is called Reset Your Appetite and details how he developed healthier eating habits. You can read the series and all of his writing, reporting, and reviews on the New York Times website. Again, thank you so much. Coming up, who needs CCTV in downtown Boston when all the buildings are now covered in huge eyes? It's part of Winteractive, which is back in town with its free, walkable public art installations. That's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Iranian government is using violence and a communication blackout to clamp down on protests. So many Iranians are fleeing the country into neighboring Turkey. I'm Carolyn Beeler. We hear from a reporter near the Iran-Turkey border with the stories of those Iranians passing through. Hear that story plus the day's top global news next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Delaney at the Vale, a luxury senior living rental community for adults 62 plus, committed to providing residents a lifestyle shaped by choice and connection, allowing for a personalized retirement experience. DelaneyAtTheVale.com.
Support for GBH comes from you and Creative Playthings.
We're trying to reach families that understand the importance of play.
Peter Krokridis, President of Retail.
We're both concerned really for the development of children and making sure they are properly guided through those really important early years. Growing up watching GBH, the programming helps a lot in developing who you are.
To learn more, visit gbh.org/sponsorship.
From your neighborhood to your newsfeed, GBH News is your trusted source for the news that matters to you. Find us wherever you are at GBH News and always at GBH 89.7. GBH News, what matters to you.
Welcome back to The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen. It's that time of year when the weather, grating with its gusts of Arctic wind and slippery streets, has us looking downward. But the public art program Winteractive is encouraging us to look up, where we might see a pair of huge eyes or a sea monster spilling out of a building. Joining me to talk about it all is Michael Nichols, the president of the Downtown Boston Alliance, which is hosting and producing Winteractive in partnership with Quebec-based curatorial partners. Welcome back to the show. It's great to have you here again. I can't believe, we were just saying as you're walking into the studio, I cannot believe that we're already back in this winter in this tradition that you have now launched. Third year.
We're excited to be back. Thanks for having me.
Well, tell us about, is there a theme this year? Well, actually, for people who haven't experienced this yet, let's back up and explain what people will encounter from now until March when they're walking around downtown Boston.
Yeah, it will not be the same downtown Boston experience the other 9 months of the year. So we conceived of Winteractive to be something that could breathe life into our streets through the winter months, that the harshest of the winter months, sort of get beyond the New Year's, waiting for the Boston Marathon to exhibit sort of signs of spring. And so Winteractive allows us to, or through that vehicle, we install well over a dozen contemporary artworks in all manner of places through the downtown.
You squeeze them in between buildings. People may remember the clown heads in previous years. People may remember the buildings, the people high above. They weren't actually people, they were sculpture. Or maybe the satellite that crashed onto a car and got a parking ticket. That was all previous Winteractive exhibitions and installations. Is there a theme this year?
Yeah, there really isn't. Each year we try to be really broad-based in the way that we pull together the elements that will be there. We say that this year there's 18 sites, the most we've ever had. We often say it's a mix of artworks and play elements, we try to appeal to all the different audiences of downtown. It really feels like we have the most unique and varied and diverse audience, and so we find artworks that we think might appeal to the high schoolers or the college kids. Find stuff that our office workers will grin at as they trudge off to work in the wintertime. Stuff that would motivate someone to come in from the suburbs and see it or bring their family. And so, we take a pretty broad base to the way in which we try and pull everything together.
You have worked very intentionally with Canadian-based artists and organizations because they know cold and they know how to deal with cold.
That's right. I mean, the first year especially, we were like, man, we're gonna put art on the sides of buildings and in public plazas in the middle of the winter, and wouldn't it be nice to know that it's gonna work? And so, we conceived of this inspired by the robust art festivals and winter art exhibitions of Quebec province in Canada, especially. And through that, we developed partnerships with curatorial groups up there who help exhibit traveling artworks around the world. So we knew they were winter resilient. They were things that had been seen through the harshest of winters. Ours actually looks pretty nice by comparison.
Well, I love that you're back for this reason alone, because this is your third year. As you say, you're expanding, which means this has been successful in prior years.
Oh, totally. I mean, we had something like 650,000 people the first year, 800,000 last year. The clowns and the satellite, I think, having a lot to do with that. Each year, we certainly try to find a couple of pieces that will just motivate crowds of people to want to visit downtown. We really think we've turned this into one of the very best, art exhibitions, public art exhibitions in the country. It's such a unique niche here for New England to find something that would motivate people to walk around the downtown in the middle of winter when it is at its harshest. This year's artworks actually bring us to over 50 sites since our first year 3 years ago.
And I know that this has been the case in the past, but it seems to me an even more intentional aspect in making it immersive and interactive.
Oh, totally. So, I mean, we in addition to thinking about the different audiences, we also think about the different times a day. I mean, one of my very favorite things about Winteractive is that all of the pieces are loaded out into the street, and then they are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, unstaffed for 10 weeks. And so no matter what your mood, your schedule, your life, there is an opportunity to come and experience it. And when you do, you probably need to come back and experience it differently. So there's stuff that lights up at night that is different by day, but amazing at night. And then there are things that by day do better. That sea serpent, the downtown Kraken crossing, takes on a much creepier look and feel in the darker overnight hours, but during the day, especially if it's a little sunny, it's just radiating. So those different experiences are really trying to help the audience understand the downtown in a bunch of different ways.
Well, I'll describe for some of this for people who aren't watching on our GBH News YouTube streaming channel, that we're looking up into a building and all these tentacles, it looks like, are coming out of the windows. So you're looking for drama too in terms of what you're creating.
Totally. It seems 3 years in now, like the inflatables just do so well downtown. The Clowns year 1, Mr. Pink year 2, and now this 8-tentacled sea serpent where you actually can't see the body, you can't see the head, you don't know exactly what it is you're looking at, but 8 of its arms are poking through the upper floor windows of an actual office building in downtown that gave us the permission, that took this ride with us, and this Kraken is seemingly trying to escape from this office building. That's the name of the animal. That's right, and it is truly a sight to be seen.
You also, a little bit more real, I should say, is the whale's tail that we find by the New England Aquarium. And I understand the Whale Tales is the name of the piece, that there's also an audio component to that.
Yeah, so we've had a really great partnership with the aquarium over the last 2 years. One of the nice things about being in our third year is we've started to branch out beyond our traditional borders in partnerships with the Rose Kennedy Greenway and the New England Aquarium. Whale's Tales is actually a new commission this year in partnership with Le Mans Studio of Montreal, and it is a replica of a North Atlantic right whale's tail seemingly emerging out of the water, or I actually got to take it in this weekend with snow cover around, and so coming out of the snow covered plaza around the aquarium, and when you crank the wheel, it actually makes sounds that evoke that endangered species to help, I think, pretty powerfully connect with the mission of the aquarium to protect that animal.
I am speaking with Mike Nichols. He is the head of he's the president of the Downtown Boston Alliance. We're talking about Winteractive, which is on through March 29th. Again, all of these free installations all around town at these many, many sites, including things that will catch your eye, as you have done in the past years. Tell me about the street signs that aren't bearing the language that we typically see on street signs.
In years past, we've probably been credited with a bunch of off-kilter or weird things, and yet I think each year we try to find a couple of things that'll if not warm your heart, put a smile on your face. And in the case of Scott Froschauer's work, he's an American artist who uses the typology of the kind of American transportation signage system to, instead of messages that tend to be negative or punitive, stop, yield, do not enter. He has reformatted those with inspirational messages. You are enough, or breathe, or you're okay. That put a much more whimsical, some might say Gen Z look and feel to our downtown. We have 8 of those signs that are sprinkled in 2 different plazas in our downtown, and actually a 9th piece to come later this week, a neon sign that will radiate through the theater district.
And it seems we run the gamut too, from the things that can challenge us, the things that delight us, and then pretty serious works too. I was looking at images of a group of figures who looks like they're descending steps. We know those steps in Downtown Crossing that have been built for public convening. Tell me about that piece.
Yeah, so it's a really phenomenal piece called Artificial Humans by a Belgian duo who I think, at first for them, utilized AI technology to respond to the call of the Amsterdam Light Festival. And there was a theme that year about humans and the direction in which human society is going. But I think each year and each placement of that could have a dramatically different impression of what that artwork seems or is saying or seems to be suggesting. In the setup that we had here, all 12 of the figures are basically facing in the same direction, but on our kind of iconic steps downtown. They're looking down at something. They all look about the same. They kind of have a more male look to them. They're looking down. They're looking at, it could be a cell phone, it could be their hand, but it feels like a social commentary, even as we've stayed silent to what it might be. We think, different people could have different takes on what it means. This exhibition takes a long time to put together, and we don't know what the political environment will be at any one time. Certainly, there's been so much news lately about AI, about the United States, relationship with Europe, about, ICE and customs and immigration enforcement locally that are really serious, important messages. And we're already hearing from people. They see, strains of the way they feel in that artwork. We do like to provoke a sense for people of interpreting it in a way that changes their day, good, bad, or otherwise.
I'm curious as to what you've learned over the last, I guess, after the first two, to make this the third one, as you continue to grow, and how you really begin to shape and refine this.
Yeah, we've sort of said around the office at times that we don't care if people like the art. We want them just to want to come see it. And it's not provocation for provocation's sake. We really think it's a worthy endeavor to gather, to walk around in the wintertime, to have a destination-free activity in the heart of the city. We've heard of so many people who, live north, live south, grab the kids, go in a car and meet downtown, have lunch and check out the art. Or people who've come to visit our city, discover Winteractive and tack a day onto a hotel visit. And so for us, there's so many different things. It has its origins in the economic impact for downtown of bringing people in our slowest foot traffic season. That remains. But I think what we have found 3 years in is there is a real hunger, almost no matter who you are, for this type of public art in our city. And everyone has their favorites. And of course, as is the nature with public art, everyone has the ones they don't like either. And we hear about both. And we love that discourse. We embrace it. It's why we've stayed away from theming the overall exhibition with one thing or another. We are trying to hit people broadly. And just honestly, at the end of the day, public art, if absolutely nothing else, it should change your day. And that's what we really look for.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but I'm wondering if you have a prescribed path. I will say that I don't. In the past 2 years when I've gone, and as I will this week, my goal is to just wander around and to be surprised, because I think that's the element that delights me most. What do you suggest people do?
That's the way I would do it. That said, I've thought about this question, and I actually think probably when I get back to the desk today, I'm going to throw all the exhibits and their locations into AI and have AI tell me what route you can most efficiently walk through the downtown for especially a cold day like today.
Or if you have repeat visits, you can see different ones at different times.
That's right.
Well, congratulations on this latest iteration of Winteractive. Always great to see you.
Thank you, Jared.
Michael Nichols is the president of Downtown Boston Alliance, which is hosting and producing Winteractive in partnership with the Quebec-based Curatorial Partners. It's on through March 29th. To learn more, Google Winteractive 2026. Thank you for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow or join us live at the Boston Public Library as we continue our Michelin Guide series, checking in with the local chefs and restaurateurs who have earned Michelin honors. Tomorrow we're joined by Chef Tracy Chang of Pagu. Joyce Kalewick is also here for her stage and screen picks of the movies and plays to see right now. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Spend your afternoon with us. Stay with us for GBH's All Things Considered at 4 and Marketplace at 6:30. But first, the world. A global view of today's headlines from the World Newsroom. Right here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Explo. From culinary arts to veterinary science, Explo's summer program helps middle schoolers to find their spark. Day and overnight options at explo.org/summer. Priority deadline February 13th. From the Oscar-winning team behind 20 Days in Mariupol, Frontline follows a Ukrainian platoon trying to liberate a village and investigates the war from a devastating vantage point. Watch 2,000 Meters to Andriivka tonight at 10 on GBH2.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, 1 year after President Trump's second inauguration, Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Joy Campbell is examining how Trump's policies are affecting the Commonwealth. And Trump promised to cut energy bills in half. Gas and oil are down, but electricity prices are up. Those stories and all today's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at